Hello, everyone. Today we got a lot of stuff to cover, news-wise, and we got to make sure we get the Artemis mission launch. Very important, and we're gonna need the update from the president on Iran. And well, I'm get like Y files myself in here. Oh, look at that. Okay. Okay. Geez, we'll get this started right here momentarily, folks. Let's see. I'm trying to get the right this. And it might be 4:3, mainly because you realize not everybody is on widescreen in the world. And I'm gonna go retro, and I'm eventually want some of these things to be formatted for my, uh, for my old tube TV, and it's just easier to do that when I'm already, accounting for what I'm doing now as, oh, okay, I got stuff I can test with. So thanks for bearing with me with the aspect ratios and everything's all cattywampus. It's all for a purpose, so. And without further ado,
And Launch Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir, I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO's go.
Safety Console.
Safety Council is go.
LPE.
LP's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston Flight.
Houston flight is go.
ROC.
Rock is go.
And CDR.
rock.
Crew's go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go. And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR NTD.
Go.
Figure risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8, and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD. Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
AR rotation, enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
we're going to start that clock.
Copy that, thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory, it was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count. ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
So we're going into the launch window, but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room, acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiation is verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II. From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, who's directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown. A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and Rock, our new T0 is 22:35:12.
Houston flight copies. Rock copies. 22:35:12.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, Our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down. Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away. That's the path that the astronauts took to ingress into the rocket. Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate. But now with that arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system. And they'll begin arming that shortly. Of course, the launch abort system, great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away. The launch abort system is the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Weather is 90% go, the range is go, all systems are go.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis II crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket flies too far off track. There's a brief built-in delay so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety
GLS is go for
first.
LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units. high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen. Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
Moving through the milestones. All is looking good. Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines. There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them shuttle heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving. Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage and internal power.
Oh, no.
Power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. One minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan, we see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
good trajectory, and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies, nominal shutdown.
6 minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Integrity, good NEDS deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup, just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone. In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
"13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis II mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis II is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here
Sorry,
in
I had
Mission
to get
Control
food,
Houston.
guys. My wife came
But
back,
for now,
and
we're
that
going to
wasn't
send it back to
expected
you,
right at lunch.
Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy
So,
Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis II lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. You know, we've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, how does that make you feel as someone who, you know, is an astronaut as well?
yeah, okay, so at this point, I'm going to disengage from this and let them do talks amongst themselves, because they said the window's 2 hours long, so I'm not going to be watching this for 2 hours. But we will be coming back to that. And if you want to study that, you know, go ahead. And I'm going to play a couple songs while I eat. Eventually we'll be getting into gaming, but right now we got to catch up with a few things that happened in real life. Like that, and then we're going to touch bases with Iran.
Signal acquired. Signal acquired. Grid locking in. Grid locking in. Deep core resonance.
The vice president made a lot of news sitting across from me a couple days ago saying, yeah, I mean, I totally agree that there's aliens. They might be demons. Well, what do you think about that?
Well, look, I did catch that, and I love that the vice president is so interested in the subject. I mean, like, space captivates everybody, right? Yeah. I mean, you know, what kids don't look up at the night sky and wonder about the possibilities? I mean, that's why I think I have the greatest job. I'm very grateful to the president for giving it to me. So, again, I think that our job is to go out there and try and solve some of the mysteries that we've all been thinking about. I do think when you bring back samples from Mars, you've got a very high probability that there was microbial life there. I do think missions like Europa Clipper and Dragonfly will you know, have good chances to increase our knowledge, right? And then you've got missions like the Habitable Worlds Observatory. You know, it's not scheduled to launch for about a decade in the future, but that is going to, you know, take like James Webb and Hubble, you know, times 100. And I think, look, as we go out there, we will find other biosignatures. You know, it's just exciting, the possibilities, what we may learn.
Barack Obama goes, oh yeah, there's aliens. And then he's like, well, they're not being held at Area 51. Well, you got to ask a follow-up there. But he never got asked a follow-up there. What is the follow-up question to that?
Yeah, I mean, I got to admit, as the leader of NASA, in that like 72-hour span of time where you had you know, President Obama say that, and then, you know, the next day President Trump was like, wait a second, that's classified, and then, you know, he put out the tweet and said, look, whatever we got, release. Yeah. I came into office the next day and I was like, all right, guys. What do I need to know here? You know, and you know, I think it's interesting. I absolutely applaud the president in getting whatever data that we have out there. And I'll tell you, I've looked into a lot of this. You have everything from like, you know, weather balloons that get you know, that can get tethered to a ship and move around wildly in the wind, and you get the right camera angle on that. There's a lot of things that are explainable, and there's a lot of things just by virtue of all the cameras that we have out there. They're on like everybody's doorbell camera that you see some things at times, and like this is why we have a lot of smart scientists that are exploring it. I personally have not seen any evidence that intelligent life has visited us yet.
Well, yeah, because you're a dope, bro. Plenty of people have. Not just because like you haven't seen it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
You know, but I think it's certainly interesting and certainly part of our job to go out and answer the question, are we alone?
And you think that there's what did you say, 90%?
He's a NASA
I think
director.
If you bring samples back from Mars, be clear, these are not moving around samples, like that you would get, you know, better than a 90% chance that there was at one point microbial life on Mars.
Just when you thought New York couldn't get any wilder, mobs take over. What's going on here? Why doesn't he just use the door if he wants to get inside McDonald's? Oh man, where are the police? Where's the mayor? Why does no one why is this normal in New York now? People just destroying things. Meanwhile, we got brawls breaking out at strip malls.
After the school bells rang, punches were thrown outside a McDonald's in West Farms.
Why?
The fight, broadcasted live on the Citizen app, shows the crowd of teenagers pouring into the intersection, blocking traffic along East Tremont Avenue, where the brawl escalated, only to end with an ambulance flashing its sirens.
Instead of getting into a fight, it's better
no police
Fran,
either.
with her bag of McDonald's in her hands, thought of at least a dozen other things kids could have been doing.
Learn something.
They're eating in their car so they can drive away when it gets crazy. It's like non-stop chaos. The police are overwhelmed. Look at this. Everyone's filming. It's just mayhem. How do you have this? And they arrest one person who's going to get released because our laws here don't put people in jail for something that doesn't involve a dangerous item. Yeah, he's going to get out. Look, they know. The police know, man. They know. He's not even repentant. Normally when people put the cuffs on you, You wise up. But it's not just McDonald's and malls. Look at this.
Grab last night at a Pokemon store in the West Village.
Why
Tonight,
Pokemon?
the
Pokemon
shop
store
that
got
sells
robbed.
similar items
All these
is taking special
Pokemon.
precautions so it won't fall victim to the
Whoa,
same type of attack.
That guy's armed.
Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlos
This is
talking
crazy.
with those shop owners.
Tonight, at trading card stores across the city, there's a game going on.
I have a whole new lock system coming with a bell, so customers will be buzzed in.
We're not just talking about the game of
You
Pokemon.
can't even walk into the store anymore. They're going to have to let you in. They're going to vet you. These are the quality of life problems critics say appear once you stop enforcing the law.
We have
It's gonna get
upgraded
worse.
security cameras coming that will be connected directly to the police
I'm pretty
department.
sure there might be
game of
storefronts.
outsmarting thieves.
I ordered
See,
everything
Pokemon
online today.
players still
I ain't
gotta
go to
catch
the
'em all,
fucking
including Pikachu.
Pikachu. Geek
Police
store.
tonight have to catch the
Circuit
rabbit.
City to buy my RAM. I had to order it online.
When they broke the glass to steal pricey Pokemon cards at a store in Manhattan Wednesday night,
crazy.
they broke the hearts of card collectors across
Yeah.
the city.
That's
From
what I
one
mean, bro.
business
But it's
owner
like it's
to
destroying the
Poke
whole
Court,
ecosystem.
We feel for you.
Eric and
These
his wife
guys are
Jessie
next,
own
man.
E&J
I feel like you
boutique
should
in
all go
Dyke
into
Park.
that, bro.
They're doing a
I
number
don't
of
understand
things
why, like
differently
at this
to
point,
avoid
it's like
carrying
a
high-value
cryptocurrency on crack.
Pokemon cards, including
Look, these stores are defenseless. We do not have enough police. We have a shortage of about 10,000 officers. We're rolling out a
People just
new
think of that stuff as
Department
money.
of
They don't even think of it as like,
Community
oh, they're
Safety,
gonna
which
use
is
it to
supposed deal
play.
with a lot of the crime
Bro,
on
they're
the streets,
using
which
it.
isn't gonna be cops.
They're
Stores
stealing
are
it from
sitting
kids'
ducks,
hands that
and
might
they
actually
all
want to
know
just
not
use it
buying
and play with
back
it
from the public
to sell
anymore.
it to some
Never again. Not with Pokemon. Sports cards?
customer.
Absolutely.
That's
Pokemon?
kind of sad that it's come to this.
Of course it is.
It's more than sad.
It's
disgusting. and
it's
not
repulsive.
good for the community. I want to keep doing it, but it's not worth the risk.
No, it's not.
To my customers,
No.
to my employees, to my wife, to
Why?
my business, and also to the neighborhood. What happens if guys were to come in here with guns and then run around the neighborhood and rob people?
Yeah.
Nobody needs that.
The robbers pointed guns in people's faces during the stick-up in the meatpacking district, stealing more than $100,000 of merchandise.
$100,000.
This obviously was big
fucking
news in the Pokemon
God.
community, so much so that customers started sharing information about the kind of cards being targeted. E&J received this information showing that a high-value encased card was on the list.
Wow.
And they immediately removed those kinds of cards off their shelves.
They had a $60,000 card, I believe, stolen from them.
A $60,000 piece of paper.
This is what I mean, though.
Stolen cards.
Why would you
can
have
be
any of that in a
My
storefront?
wife has been looking all day on eBay, on whatnot, on all these different apps because, let's put it this way.
They shouldn't have to do that. The victims of a crime shouldn't have to go out and
Play,
hunt down the criminals
yeah,
themselves. That's
Sherlock
why we
Holmes
got
for
a
where
crime
my shit
problem
is.
here.
No, I know.
This fight outside the McDonald's is the latest incident involving teens after school, some of them taking a more violent turn. Just last week, a
Why?
group of
This
three
is like
teens
ridiculous
robbed on a
behavior.
2 train at the Park East subway. Sources tell News 12 police
Robbed
are
on the
looking for
train.
8 suspects, including a 17-year-old caught on this surveillance camera. Ahmad, who owns the deli
That's crazy.
nearby, says he has an idea to put an end to this madness.
They need just to talk to the kids, figure out what's going on. Where is the problem? Why are you acting like this? What happened? You okay?
In West Farms, Mike Lamort, News.
Look, well, talking to him.
Bro, you
that's
just
what
think
we've been
talking
doing
to
in
him?
New York City. We do all kinds of talking, but since there's no consequence, this is what happens. New York City's raise the age law, fully implemented in
even know what talking
2019,
is gonna
means
do
if
these
you're
days.
under 18, you can't be held responsible for criminal behavior. But not all of the crime taking place in our malls and in our McDonald's is because people are under 18. We've got other people who need a helping hand, and the city here's got the biggest homeless industrial complex on the planet. Maybe it could do some good for some of these people.
He's one of 4 people now facing charges in a corruption investigation tied to the city-funded homeless shelter organization, Bragg's. Federal
Great.
prosecutors say Samity and another defendant, Ronald Jean Torellis, stole more than $1 million from the taxpayer-backed nonprofit.
Wow.
They now both face several charges, including wire fraud and embezzlement. The indictment,
crazy.
unsealed Tuesday, drawing swift reaction from Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
We'll definitely be looking into these because any allegation, especially if it's being substantiated, of improper action and behavior is one that has to be followed up on.
Prosecutors say the shelter.
So now the mayor's getting tough
Now?
on crime. after saying,
What about the
he wants to
cops
have
that got
fewer
freaking
police,
hit in the head with
after saying
ice,
he doesn't want to
dude?
do any more sweeps
No.
to get people off the street who don't even
This
know
shit's
that they're living
crazy.
on the street. Now, when people rob the city, now he's upset because that was government money.
Yeah, but not about the cops.
Steered
No,
contracts
screw the
worth
police.
millions of dollars to favored vendors controlled by Eduardo.
God, it's so
Fort,
disrespectful,
and Miguel
man. I mean, it
Jorge
really truly
in
is.
exchange for bribes and kickbacks.
Ha!
Jorge was also arraigned Tuesday. St. Forth will be arraigned at a later date.
This
Both
is
face
wild.
program bribery and related charges. The indictment comes as investigators also probe whether City Council member Farrah Lewis and her sister Debbie Lewis, an aide to Governor Kathy Hochul, accepted bribes connected to city funding.
Is there anyone in New York who's not totally corrupt? What's
I
going
don't
on
know.
here?
I
It's
think
like
if you
the
can't say
crime
that the police are
didn't
good, that you
end
should be
on the
put
street.
in an
For the
education camp or
nonprofit,
something.
According to a search
I mean,
warrant
it's getting
issued by the
kind of
Associated
weird.
Press. The sisters were not
Cultish,
among those
almost.
taken into custody.
The stealing sisters.
A spokesperson for the city council responding in a statement saying
The city
council
council.
takes any potential misconduct extremely
These people were
seriously.
brainwashed, so we need
New
to
Yorkers deserve
unbrainwash them. Like, this
confidence in
shit's
their
crazy,
government.
bro.
It is essential that the federal investigation proceed fairly.
Okay, so the city council, they're on the side of law and order. They don't like misconduct, and they're in favor of federal
What are you doing
investigations.
down there?
Are you sure about that? But just before we continue, do you owe back taxes, or
Do
haven't
I owe
filed
back
in years? Or have you
taxes?
filed every year, but you just keep owing?
Bro,
Of
thank you
this
for the
video.
jump ahead
Council
button.
employee has been detained by ICE now for more than 2 months.
A city council
Today, a federal
employee.
judge ruled that he must be deported.
They're
the city
deporting
council speaker
people that are
calling
on the
this
city
decision
council.
outrageous.
Good.
As Lisa Rosner explains, Julie Menon says this ruling
Because they
was made
weren't even
based
legal.
on a
Good, get them out of
technicality.
here, bro.
City Council data analyst Rafael Rubio is set to be deported back to his native Venezuela
What's
based on
the
an immigration
technicality?
ruling made Wednesday. When he was detained back in January, a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security said he
Tourist
overstayed
visa.
his 2017 tourist visa.
He's
the
on a
technicality
fucking tourist
was he was
visa.
supposed to leave the United States a decade ago and never did.
He's in a
That's the
council.
technicality.
Was arrested for assault and
This
had
is-
no
this
criminal
is-
How is he
organization.
working?
City Council
This
Speaker
is the
Julie Menon has
problem.
disputed it ever since and fought for his release.
Many of these stories get out. You wonder why people were coming over here, 10,000 people at a time. I mean, it's a joke. This is a joke. Excuse me. Definitely ranting right now, but that is it's not fair, man.
These are all the Democrats. They're all the ones that wanted
She
this
said
guy
still,
working there.
though, Rubio was denied bond and has remained in ICE detention in Lower Manhattan since being detained
'Cause
by
he's been
ICE
here
at a
for a
routine
decade.
immigration hearing in Bethpage, Long Island.
Today,
It's not you guys that are buffering, by the way. It's me. It's I don't know what's going on. I thought it was the wind yesterday. I'm gonna have my technician come out here eventually if it
10
if it
years without
persists.
permission.
It's been degrading
How is
lately.
your asylum application not abandoned? And you're working on the city council? This is the city council's fault. They're telling people that are in America illegally that, hey, you can come to New York. We're a sanctuary city. We'll protect you. We'll hire you. We'll do everything for you. And they do. And then reality kicks in and the feds show up and make an arrest that they are justified in making. And these people act like some travesty has happened when the travesty is happening to the youth of this city and to the homeless because nobody cares about law and order here.
Based on a technical issue related to a missing signature, the judge refused to allow the issue to be corrected.
She said federal procedure allows applications to be cured for good cause, and Rubio's attorney even offered to fix it within an hour.
So, but he had
That is
10
not
years to sign the
justice.
paper.
That is an extreme, cruel, inhumane outcome
Listen to
based
yourselves.
on a technical procedural issue.
Which he had
New York
10
State
years to
Attorney
get right.
General Letitia James posted on Facebook in part, this deportation order is outrageous. He followed the law, he should be released.
No, he didn't because here he is. He's a city council employee and he
Bro.
had no work authorization and he'd been in the
Bro, I'm gonna pause like he paused. There's no way you could back this up. There's no way you could be like, okay, look, just because I overstayed my visa doesn't mean that I can't run for this, and that. Like, City Council of New York? That's literally crazy. To think that you are that brass, like, you have the, excuse me, you have the gumption to think that that's okay. It's just, it's so unruly. And I think that this is completely like just one of those things that where you could trigger the left and be like, look at another guy, he's got deported, he was here. No, but it doesn't even say that he got his card. It doesn't say that he got, I mean, as in like he was here for 10 years, but he didn't get legalized, and then now he's running as city council. That's not, we're not, I don't want him back. Does that make sense? Like, I don't, that's, your priorities were so messed up, and you are actually influencing, like, the way America is going, but your priorities were messed up at home. So that's what I'm trying to get at, is like, none of this makes sense.
Illegally for a long time. You don't release people who do that unless it's your goal to protect criminals, which it looks like is New York's goal.
Apparently.
With many worried that it could be stolen before.
Oh, you
they
guys
even
don't know.
see it.
I heard this when I was homeless, right? So there's this thing that people like. This is for me. So you won't find this anywhere else. I just thought I'd put that out there. But so yeah, well, unless somebody else knows this program that I'm going to tell you guys about. So there's this thing that they used to do when it got too hot in Southern California, they'd ship all the homeless people up to New York, and then there'd just be this influx of people in New York that like if it got too cold like in the winter, that they would ship them all down here to SoCal, and then they would just literally flip-flop them back and forth with these tickets and stuff. Can you imagine like the amount, and like those have to be plane tickets, like that's not just, so then you're endangering people's lives by giving homeless people like plane tickets, but you're not really vetting these people. So like, you get what I mean? You get how that like opportunity is like not really that smart. Like especially after 9/11, like I mean some of this stuff is really too lax, bro. Like, and I mean like it really needs to be rethought of before somebody thinks outside the box or opens Pandora's box into a way where we can't fix it.
Package theft is going up.
Visited the
Great.
neighborhood to see why this is happening.
Great. This is terrible.
An exhausting workday often ends in a package scavenger hunt for Co-op City residents.
Yeah.
It is extremely frustrating.
The Postal Service uses these boxes, but Tony Falk says other delivery services leave packages all over the lobby.
A company by the name of Uni.
That's normal.
There's also a company by the name of GoFo. They are notorious for throwing our packages on the floor and just leaving them. Amazon is also now joining.
The service
That's
marks it as
Where are they
delivered,
supposed to
but
put
it
'em?
often gets stolen before the resident gets to pick it up, since it's not brought to each apartment. During our interview, one of those
Okay, I disagree with that. Look, you've got people that are doing deliveries like this guy
Oh,
on the
happy
screen
420.
here. Whether he brings it to the front door of the apartment and nobody's home, or leaves it in the lobby and nobody's home, if you've got criminals marauding these apartment buildings looking to steal things, those packages are going to disappear because we don't want criminals to disappear from our streets. So the packages disappear instead.
Uni delivery workers walked in, so I went straight to the source for answers. You're not supposed to leave them in the lobby. People steal the packages. He didn't give an answer and continued to leave
It's not this
packages
guy's
in
fault.
the lobby. So I reached out
Where's
to
he
each
supposed to
one
leave
of
'em?
those companies for a comment. In the meantime, residents are taking matters into their own hands with posters.
I'm taking a chance if I have it delivered to this address because it's a high probability I won't get it.
Getting your money back is another headache with a back and forth between the company you bought your package from and your credit card company just to secure a refund.
The merchant is declaring the item's been delivered, and I have to keep reiterating to them, I never got it.
So Falk has a message for those workers.
This is not a 26-story.
Look, every single building in New York has a mailroom. Every building I've ever lived in since I moved here has had packages dropped off in the lobby. That's business as usual. It's too bad that people have to live in a high crime area, but let's not blame the postal carriers. Let's blame the jails that don't have any criminals in them because the mayor wants to release them all.
What would you push at the state level to reduce the jail population enough to actually make it possible to close Rikers Island?
I think today shows that sometimes the issue isn't as much legislation as it is the will to implement that legislation. We are looking at every single tool we have to not only keep New Yorkers safe, but also to extend dignity to each and every New Yorker. I have the privilege along...
Why are we talking about reducing a jail population? If people have committed a crime or they're dangerous, why would we want to reduce the number of those people that are in jail?
Alongside our now borough president, Brad Holman Siegel, of serving in Albany, and there were a number of pieces of legislation that I continue to believe are critical. You know, Assemblymember Farah Souffrant Forrest carries legislation that was previously titled Treatment Not Jails, which spoke about the importance of that kind of an approach.
Okay, at what point does somebody who has committed a very serious crime lose their dignity? How do you protect the dignity of the victims if the criminals get to keep their dignity and wander around like they haven't done anything wrong? How do you do that and protect people?
When it comes to a number of different parts of our criminal legal system, I think that that is one part of what it can look like to ensure that we are closing Rikers Island, we are keeping New Yorkers safe, and we are actually living up to the spirit of so much of what should animate our politics.
Thank you. And the second question is about public bathrooms. I know the EDC put out an RFP to build more bathrooms across the city, yet
Right, so the approach is, let's do everything except lock people up. Let's punish people as long as it doesn't involve taking away their rights, taking away their dignity, or making them lose their freedom. Let's punish them by releasing them. That's the punishment. What do you think about what's happening in New York? Do you think that as the weather gets warmer, we're going to see more of this? It just warmed up, and the streets here are already...
We are live here in San Francisco, Oakland, California, downtown Los Angeles. Let's start first by going to these daycares. Right now we're in Van Nuys. Good day, everybody. We are here in Oakland, California. People are calling Oakland the third world of America because it has gotten so bad here that crime has risen to unprecedented levels. Right now,
wait, we've actually seen on this.
Have had their car stolen.
Here it comes, folks. That's the sound of freedom. I want you guys to know. You hear that? That is the sound of freedom. There it is. Loud and clear. Throttling back in. Look at it. Just leveling off, falling gently, gracefully. To its destination over there. Clearly.
I personally have not seen any evidence that intelligent life has visited us yet, but I think it's certainly interesting and certainly part of our job to go out and answer the question, are we alone?
And you think that there's what did you say, 90%?
So we watched a short saying that he hasn't seen anything, and I don't feel like I want to watch him anymore.
Break AI's biggest bottleneck. Right now, some of the biggest companies on Earth are building data centers
because you haven't seen
that
them doesn't mean
consume
it's
as
not
much
real.
electricity
It's completely irrelevant.
as entire countries. Meta just announced a facility in Louisiana that will eventually draw 5 gigawatts. That's roughly the output of 5 nuclear reactors for one building. The reason they need that much power comes down to one component, the GPU. Every AI query, every generated image, every chatbot response runs through chips that turn electricity into heat almost as fast as they turn it into answers. The industry knows this is a wall. You can make GPUs faster, but you cannot make them cooler. Not at the rate demand is climbing. So what if the answer was to stop using electrons for the math entirely and use light instead? A 20-person company in Austin, Texas, backed by $118 million from Gates Frontier and Microsoft's venture arm, says it's done exactly that. Their name is Neurophos. And if their technology works at production scale, it would change the economics of AI more than anything since the GPU itself. Global data center electricity consumption hit around 460 terawatt hours in 2022. By 2026, the IEA projects that number climbing towards 1,050 terawatt hours. For perspective, that's roughly the total electricity consumption of Japan, and you're already paying for it. In the PJM electricity market, the grid stretching from Illinois to North Carolina, data center growth drove a $9.3 billion increase in capacity costs. That works out to about $16 to $18 extra on your monthly power bill. Carnegie Mellon estimates data centers could push US electricity bills up 8% by 2030 and over 25% in Northern Virginia alone. Training a model like GPT-4 gets the headlines. $100 million.
I'm editing a short right now for you guys. I'm putting some stuff on
but
Discord
training
too.
happens once. Inference, actually running the model to answer your queries, runs around the clock every day. MIT Technology Review calculated that 1 billion ChatGPT level queries per day for a year would consume over 109 gigawatt hours. Inference is where the energy problem actually lives. So, the real question is whether you can make inference chips dramatically more efficient. Because the alternative is building nuclear reactor scale power plants just to keep the chatbots running. Nvidia's Blackwell B200 is the current state of the art. 208 billion transistors, 20 petaflops at 4-point precision, drawing 1,000 watts. The math problem is simple. AI compute demand grows roughly 100 times per year. TSMC process improvements deliver about 15% efficiency gains per generation every 2 to 3 years. At that pace, you would need decades of Moore's law to match a single year of demand growth. Nvidia is pushing hard. The next generation Rubin platform entered full production as of January 2026, promising 5 times Blackwell's inference performance. But Rubin's still runs on the same physics. Electrons through silicon, generating heat with every operation. The gains are real, they're also incremental, and incremental does not close a 100-to-1 gap. The idea of doing math without transistors goes back to 1978 when 2 Carnegie Mellon researchers described systolic arrays. Grids where data flows rhythmically through processors, each node doing one multiply and add, passing results downstream. The concept was designed to cut the energy wasted shuffling data between memory and processor. Google revived the idea in 2013 when they realized 3 minutes of daily voice search per Android user would force them to double their entire data center footprint. They built the Tensor processing unit in 15 months, deployed it in 2015, and when they published results, it showed 30 to 80 times better performance per watt than CPUs and GPUs. That success kicked off a wave of startups trying to push the idea even further. Some went analog, using resistors and capacitors to do matrix math directly in hardware. The most prominent, Mythic, raised $170 million, shipped a chip, then ran out of money in late 2022. They came back under new leadership, but the first generation proved a hard lesson. Electronic analog components introduce noise and heat that compound as you scale. Others went optical, using light instead of electrons. No resistive heat, massive parallelism, speed of light operation, but optical computing had one problem no one could crack: size. A traditional optical modulator runs about 5 millimeters long. A modern transistor is 5 nanometers. That's a 1,000,000 to 1 scaling gap. The best funded attempt, Light Matter, raised over 300 million and published results in Nature showing 65 teraflops at 78 watts. Then they pivoted from optical compute to photonic interconnects. That pivot tells you where the technology stood. The physics was sound, but making it small enough to compete was the wall. Neurophos came at this from outside the AI world entirely. The company spun out of Duke University's Meta Materials program in 2020. CEO Patrick Bowen spent over a decade engineering surfaces that manipulate electromagnetic waves in ways natural materials cannot. Chip-scale LiDAR, satellite antennas, submarine cloaking technology. He was a physics person who realized the tools he had been building could solve AI's energy constraint. What they claim to have built is a dynamically programmable metasurface that works
pretty
as
crazy,
an optical
honestly.
tensor core. Traditional metasurfaces are static. Etch a pattern, it bends light one way forever. Neurophos says they can electronically rewrite every cell on the surface, changing reflectivity on the fly. Light intensity encodes input data. Cell reflectivity encodes the weight. When light reflects off the surface, the output is input times weight. Multiplication done in physics, at the speed of light, no switching, no resistive heat. Every cell operates simultaneously, so the array processes in parallel. As the array scales, compute grows with area while energy grows only with parameter. In digital chips, energy scales with area. That difference is the whole game. Their test chip fits over 1 million modulators into a 5mm by 5mm footprint, at 5 micrometer pitch, 10,000 times smaller than conventional photonic modulators. Clock speed 56 GHz. Projected commercial product 235 peta operations per second. At system level, an 8-chip tray targets 2,000 petaflops at 10 kilowatts. Compare that to a full NVIDIA GB200 NVL72 rack, 72 GPUs delivering 720 petaflops at over 120 kilowatts. Nearly 3 times the compute at less than a tenth of the power, if the projections hold. The funding reflects the ambition. Gates Frontier led both rounds. Microsoft's M12, Aramco Ventures and Bosch Ventures all joined the January 2026 Series A. Total raised $118 million. The team includes a former NVIDIA architect, the engineer who built Light Matter's photonic accelerator team, and Nathan Myhrvold, former CTO of Microsoft, as technical advisor. Now, before you get too far ahead, and I know some of you are already running the numbers, there are serious reasons for caution. NVIDIA's real advantage was never just silicon, it's CUDA. Decades of compilers, libraries, and frameworks built around their architecture. Every major AI framework runs on NVIDIA first. Neurophos acquired a RISC-V startup for GPU-compatible software, but bridging the ecosystem gap has killed chip startups before. Manufacturing is another open question. They claim standard CMOS foundry compatibility, but 1 million modulators per chip at 5 micrometer pitch with a free space optical projection system introduces fabrication challenges that are genuinely novel. None of it is proven at production scale. Timeline works against them too. First chips target mid-2028. By then, NVIDIA will have Rubin deployed at scale, Rubin Ultra shipping, and the next architecture likely announced. Neurophos has raised $118 million. NVIDIA's ecosystem just received a $100 billion commitment from Stargate alone. The funding asymmetry is 850 to 1, and history is full of cautionary examples. Every few years, a startup claims optical computing will replace GPUs. The physics always works. The scaling, manufacturing software, and ecosystem adoption become the real barriers. Neurophos says their 10,000 times size reduction changes the fundamental math. That may be true, but the optical computing space has heard that kind of promise before. So where does this actually land? Neurophos has demonstrated the physics at prototype scale. Working chip, 1 million modulators, confirmed by independent press. Serious funding, serious team, but demonstrated physics and a shipping product are separated by years of engineering and ecosystem building. The most likely near-term path is hybrid. Electronic chips for control, photonic interconnects for data movement, and potentially optical processing for specific workloads like inference, where the physics advantage is strongest. What makes this company worth paying attention to is the question their technology forces. If we actually solve the energy bottleneck for AI, what happens next? Right now, energy is one of the last natural brakes on how fast this scales. Remove it, and the remaining limits are capital, flowing at record levels, data increasingly synthetic, and regulation which is minimal and fragmented. Whether that thought is exciting or unsettling depends on who you are. Either way, the physics that could make it possible is sitting on a 5mm chip in a lab in Austin, Texas.
It's crazy why they did all that. Makes sense now.
Third worlders and leftists also have been taking to the streets, doing as much chaos that they possibly can. Right? They had these No Kings protests. They had all these screaming and crying and attacking people. People are finally getting arrested, and people are really finding out.
Getting harder and harder to justify this, extending the shutdown.
Right, and we can't fight back because we, being, I guess the federal government, because, they shut down the Department of Homeland Security while the left is ransacking our country. This is John Fetterman, leftist, by the way, being like, what are we doing?
I mean, I even brought up, something even more accessible to, an average American, like the soccer fans. There's millions, and now preparations are significantly behind. And now we're 77 days out. And this is still shut down, and you have millions of people from abroad coming, and millions of Americans joining these two, and it's like if you've seen the kinds of chaos at the airports, I can't even imagine now you have millions coming here for World Cup, and we are sitting on our
Yeah,
hands.
bro is just losing it that his party is absolutely insufferable. It's pretty crazy. Now, you got to see what the No Kings people have been doing. This is how they're, to be fair, there are still no kings. Congratulations. Problem solved. I was worried that a king showed up, but then Donald Trump reminded me there is no king. All right, so this is what they're doing.
Out of office. Yeah. Would you like J.D. Vance to be the president
No,
then?
I would not.
Okay.
Yeah, I would not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who would you like to be the president?
Kamala Harris right now, but she didn't win, but,
You do realize...
Can I point out something that we say no kings and no authoritarianism, but Kamala Harris, no one voted for her.
Yes.
Literally unelected. Oh my God, they installed her, bro.
They did. Half the country.
Oh, did they?
She voted for her, so let's not.
Technically, it was less than half the country. But she didn't win a Democratic primary.
No one was voted for her to be the nominee.
Yes, they did.
Isn't that what, authoritarian?
You're going down the wrong road right now with me. I wouldn't go any further.
What does that mean?
It sounded like a threat.
I'm not going to talk to you anymore. That's what it means.
I just think it's ironic that no one voted for her to be the nominee. They just selected her like a king gets selected, right?
But keep it to yourself, okay? Bye. Have a good day. See ya. Take care.
What's your other sign say?
You don't need to see it.
Okay.
None of your business.
Completely destroyed, shut down, no morals, zero principles, just saying the things. Now, let me show you what I think the ultimate solution should be. This is El Salvador. These are all criminals in a work camp working off the damage that they've caused. Can we please start work camps? Please. I really want work camps. I think work camps would be freaking awesome. Think about how cool work camps would be. All right, you got a guy. He throws a brick at a cop car. He does $1,000 in damage. Work camp. He needs to make up $2,000 worth through work camp. That's right. Double fee, whatever damage was caused, he has to pay back double. I think it would be amazing. And you know what? He probably won't do it again. So I think that would be huge. Now, this is what they're doing. All right, they're spray painting on just walls. Kill your local ICE agent. This is a crime. This is an incitement to violence. The U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement says if you threaten ICE or their families, you will face the full force of the federal law. Our courageous men and women face death threats like this every day. Individuals making the threats will be held accountable. And it actually is happening. So that's pretty awesome, actually. I do love that. Now, yeah, I hope that the people celebrating the No Kings Day understand exactly who's on their side. This is from the Iran military painting No Kings on missiles that they fire at Americans. I hope you're happy from your endorsement from the IRGC terror organization. Now, this is the beloved high schooler Lily Bova gunned down outside Chicago, and cops won't say who did it. Wow, isn't that weird? Isn't that honestly weird? I think it's weird. Why wouldn't they say? Now, they won't say that, but look at this. This is Abdul Abubakar Ali, all right? He was sentenced to 1 year in prison.
Meal site in Eden Prairie and collected $1.1 million that way.
That's right. This is one of the Somali fraudsters. He defrauded the government of how much? 1.3 million meals, right? Millions in tax dollars. He was pardoned after 1 year in prison, not by Trump, by whoever the fuck.
Key takeaway from today's guilty pleas is that these 3 defendants, including one who knows how Feeding Our Future operated on the inside, are expected to be cooperating with the feds in the prosecution of the rest of the 49 defendants.
Sure, great. Anyway, outrage is erupting after Minnesota Feeding Our Future's fraudster, Abdul Abubakar Ali, is sentenced to 1 single year in prison. This is insane. Like, dude, you had police officers that were like in the basic vicinity of George Floyd's overdose that were in jail for 5 years. All right, this is insane, complete insanity. And we wonder why this keeps happening. Well, I know why it keeps happening, because we have an entire system predicated on releasing criminals from jail.
It was random, inexplicable, and scary. She was getting her toddler out of the car when this woman she's never seen before confronted her and attacked her with a knife.
Right? And murdered her. Now, this person, huge betrayal, a woman with over 70 prior charges, stabbed a pregnant woman in Charlotte. 70 charges!
To say this crime is a shock is an understatement.
Is it though?
Wednesday, around 11 a.m., a woman was getting her toddler out of the car in the parking lot of the Cotswold Harris Teeter when she says another woman who pulled out of the parking spot behind her stopped her car in the middle of the lot, got out, cursed at her, and attacked her with a knife.
I was facing my toddler, getting him out of his seat, and thankfully turned around, and she was coming at me with a steak knife.
Literally, why do we have to live like this? Like, why would this person possibly be on the streets if not for some woke judge that is like, oh, this poor, powerful black woman just trying to make her way through the world. We should probably let her out or something. I'm sure that would be better for society. Well, people are finding out, but not nearly enough. This one's pretty entertaining, though.
Hey there to my Trump supporters. This is your local friendly DoorDasher, and I just want to let you know that if I see a MAGA sign out front of your house, I'm going to take the utmost care to make sure that when I deliver your order, I throw it out the fucking window, you piece of shit. Fuck you. So I guess I went
Right, so that's how it started. This is how it's going.
viral on alt-right Twitter, and these motherfuckers actually got me deactivated from DoorDash, but
Days, consequences. Let's fucking go.
if you guys
Leftists discovering consequences.
DoorDash and you're not MAGA, maybe you should stop, because they support MAGA heavily. Like, very heavily. So yeah.
You mean they deliver meals to people that order?
If y'all could help me
crazy.
out and, I don't know, drop me a follow, drop a comment, just a like even, I don't know. Say something to get in between the noise, because I'm tired
Please leave a like. I need it. I lost my job. I need likes on TikTok.
of these fucking bots and these fucking MAGAs being on my fucking page. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm here. I'm enjoying it a lot, actually.
Go find something better to do.
Your
Like,
suffering makes me happy. Does that make me a bad person? No. That makes me vindicated as fuck. Thou shalt not steal includes throwing my food out of the window. This is what we call consequences, and it's pretty fun, actually. I really love when consequences happen to retards. So, apparently the riots got really hairy. Decoy Voice made a video on it. Let's see.
Both cities are finally meeting these No Kings EBT tribes.
Not the EBTs! Not the EBTs as they wander the streets!
With immediate bopping by the samurai cop cavalry,
Oh,
which
hell yeah,
magically stops the rioting as the No Kings protests resume in Los Angeles. And when
What is this even gonna do? Like, let's say there were actually these millions of protesters or whatever, like they're claiming. What is this even gonna accomplish? like there was no king. There's still no king. I mean, there's less kings. I mean, we got some ayatollahs.
they reach the federal building, they once again begin attempting to break in. Then, while wearing a Mexican flag, broke apart a concrete column to create projectiles to toss at cops.
Well, that's attempted murder, man. These people should go away forever. Like, this is just straight up domestic terrorism. waving a foreign flag while attacking the law enforcement of a country, that's domestic terrorism. And, you know, people are like, oh, it's a protest. It's really not. El Salvador work camps, where are you?
It's insane to think that in America, our federal buildings can be sieged by masked men wearing multiple other countries' flags, while actually attacking federal law enforcement. And not only does everybody there, but the mainstream media doesn't seem to care. As in any other era.
I think the mainstream media is literally the propaganda outlet of these guys. These guys are the militant outlet of the left, and the media is the propaganda outlet of the left. It's completely unfathomable that we're not doing something about this, man.
But today's, this would be seen as an invasion. So at least eventually they got gassed, briefly pushing them back. Utilizing signs and leaf blowers to block the gas.
Dude, it's really not enough. It's really not enough. You know, I would really appreciate if some consequences actually fucking hit these guys. Actually armed, you know, they have gas masks and leaf blowers, like they know what's coming. Like why are we not treating them like domestic terrorists? Like they should be in fucking prison. It's so tiring, man. It's so tiring watching our government not willing to do the hard thing. And yeah, people are gonna cry, and you know what? They might even get killed. They might even try to kill cops, and cops would fight in self-defense and kill them. Get a couple more Alex Preddies out of the deal. You know, the left would cry and scream, and I would respect our government so much more if they were like, well, you know, next time don't try to kill cops. You know, it's really that simple, actually. Now, I don't want any of these people to die. I want them in jail forever. I don't want them to die. I want 10 years in prison for treason. Terrorism.
Before finally, the feds stopped playing and burst out the gate. Pushing back the mob.
And then they cry about our tax dollars going to fund literally anything. Our tax dollars are funding these people literally fighting against domestic terrorists. Every single, I think their paychecks should be paid by these people. Right? They should go to labor camps, and their labor should pay the agents that had to fight them. Why should my tax dollars be wasted because these dumb fucks want to try to kill ICE agents? Dude, the El Salvador labor camps would be a godsend. It would save our country.
Making a few arrests.
Hell yeah, dude. Put him away. Put him away. Good shit, base. And then the left be like, I can't believe they arrested me for my freedom of speech. Yeah, alright, dude.
But then these imbeciles, while evading arrest, ran onto the train tracks.
Bro? There's a train coming. And then their lives get saved by the agents that they were just trying to kill. Like, look at how insane this is. Like, this is just Gotham City, but instead of actually putting people in the asylum, they just put them back on the streets.
Getting run over by the metro to protest the king that doesn't even exist sounds stupid, but this is the same group that tried to tag the communist flag before noticing they weren't tall enough to finish the painting, and writing, abolishing ICE is the neural position, as none of this makes sense unless you had more emotions and information paired with a shoe-sized IQ, and you would hope even an imbecile would know not to fight an armored horse, as they quickly and effectively finally disperse the mob of unemployed madness.
all just like, whoa, whoa. Why would you spray gas at me, dude? What was I even doing? As they're committing domestic terrorism. Bro got his ass kicked by a horse. Yeah, I saw this clip. This one's hilarious.
As surprisingly, the protest ended before the sun went down, which is shocking, as in Los Angeles less than a year ago, they let idiots control the city for weeks until they finally had to deploy the Marines.
Yep.
But this time, aside from letting the samurai cop cavalry knock some equestrian sense into them, all they had to do was actually let them make arrests for attacking the feds.
Wow, you mean to tell me that actually arresting criminals stops them from doing more crime? Wow! Literally no one thought of this.
And even the idiots that were simply graffitiing threats or actually getting investigated.
Yo, based.
As this is indeed a federal crime.
That's right.
To which she has already been identified.
Oh shit, I didn't even know that. Let's go.
Attorney Billis.
The internet is undefeated.
Daily posting on X to those who were smashing concrete blocks and throwing them at our officers. We have you on video. We will find you and arrest you too.
God, yes, we are actually doing things. Now, labor camps, please, labor camps. Okay, please.
You've been warned.
Force them to stitch ice merch for eternity.
The protests also became chaotic.
Personally,
in
I
Portland,
think
Oregon, where
it should
an
go
unlawful
like
assembly was
as soon
declared
as this stuff
outside an
happens.
ice facility.
And I'll chime in a little bit here before we go to the next one, because I've been listening. But the whole thing is you have all these people there. The only way they can communicate is through these phones. The only thing that's happening is through these phones. There has to be a shut off. This has to stop. The infinite clicks, the infinite this and that, and then you really get to see the people who are out there just with cameras, and then maybe that is, what we call journalism instead of just your phone. But you have a virus sent to those phones or whatever, telling them that they're breaking federal law or whatever, and if they don't disperse, then they're going to be tracked through their phone, so everybody will be identified, and then boom, you're done through the MAC address. It's just simple. It's super simple, and they're just letting these people do this just because. But like, if we really had government that would do just a simple thing of like looking at these people's MAC addresses, we would know who these people are. Take 2 seconds.
Which they will immediately be very offended. Just flip the fucking switch, man.
Inflatable idiots.
And how do you know? How do you find those people's MAC addresses without looking at them? All you have to do is set up a server, or some sense like shut down all the local servers and only have the server that's like, let's say, got the hacker virus on it, that you can see the other people's connections and who they are in real time. Once you have that and all set up, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you just have a catalog all their names and then send it either through an SMS or just like individually, or you have send to all in vicinity, and then boom.
Yeah. I hate you. Well, anyway. It sucks for you. Bye, Karen, who thought you were above the law, that never thought you were ever going to have any consequence of your actions. Bye.
As this all could have been avoided if only they made those same detainments the moment they started attacking.
Exactly.
But no. Deep blue cities like Portland allow the police to essentially get bullied by low information idiots that don't even know what they're protesting.
It's insane.
They're all against us having a king. We don't have one, so they already won. But that won't stop them from dressing up like a poison tree frog to blend in with the mobs of idiots that are literally plaguing this country. As over in Philly, this banana has ideas.
Why are you out protesting? Why did she dress like a banana? Think about it. Why is she dressing like a banana? What's this supposed to say?
No kings.
Because I believe in the basic fundamental principles of our democracy. And if we don't show up now...
I love how entitled and like unbelievably
bitchy and self-important they sound. It's like, I actually believe in democracy. Okay, so what are you protesting? Against non-democracy. But we have a democracy. I don't like your tone.
When it's the most important time to show up, when we see those, the contract eroding, right? Our Constitution is a contract.
How is it eroding? Dude won the popular vote. He's the president of the United States.
Constitution eroding right now.
Well, now I'm going to sound like an idiot.
Oh, now when I have to explain my position, I just sound retarded. Many such cases.
So we have the... Oh my God, I can't believe, like, I put on... All right. We have the Trump out there right now.
We have the Trump?
As is equally bad.
Wow, that's brutal.
Bad over in D.C.
What this administration is doing. Black women are pretty much being murdered.
What? Pretty much.
Yes. In medical professions.
Yes. Yes, Queen. Speak your truth. It doesn't even matter if it's real. We could just make up Black history, actually.
When we go to seek medical care, and that research is being...
They literally just say words. Like reality is completely irrelevant. Just say the message.
Funded.
With the No Kings staff.
We're protesting no kings because they're killing black people. Black women, specifically.
Over in Newport Beach is at least slightly smaller.
Excuse me, I just respectfully ask that you shoot people's signs rather than their faces.
We don't have to listen to you. This is public property, and you are allowed to film here, so fuck yourself.
Some people are more at risk than others.
At risk. At risk. That's right. Someone might notice that you're filming a terrorist.
Just like to respect.
What do you mean at risk? They're out in public.
At risk, you know, maybe they have family or friends, or that they themselves are more at risk for being deported.
Oh, so they're illegal in the country. Well, then they should be deported. Keep filming their faces, please.
And I say
public service. Public service.
Slightly, as her excuse is still somewhat racist, but just shows how top to bottom their entire organization is essentially evaporating, as they no longer have the money to fund their fight against the feds, and even in deep Democrat strongholds like Denver, their resistance is quickly ended. So congratulations to everybody part of this No Kings movement. It was mission accomplished before you lifted a finger.
We still don't have a king, so technically they did a pretty good job.
But why not throw in a dozen prison sentences, a couple kicks from police horses, for you to make the general public hate your movement?
Honestly, he's just right. The fact that we need to tolerate like this domestic terror on our streets every day, it's just fucking diabolical, man.
Next news, breaking news.
$425 billion. That's not a typo. That's the staggering amount of your money that Gavin Newsom's California has allegedly flushed straight down the toilet over the past 5 years. Yeah, 5 years. We're talking $22,000 stolen from every single California taxpayer while homeless camps explode, while crime skyrockets and Democrats demand even more of your hard-earned cash. But here's what Newsom didn't count on. The Trump administration just put every single fraudster in the Golden State on notice, and what investigators are finding in Los Angeles County alone will make your blood boil. Now think about what $22,000 means to your family. That's a year of groceries. That's paying off your car. That's your kid's first year of college tuition. Gone, evaporated into a black hole of government waste, fraud, and outright theft. Well, Gavin Newsom poses for photo ops and dreams about the White House. But it's not just about California anymore. It's about a Democrat blueprint for robbing hardworking Americans blind. Every major blue state is watching. Every progressive governor is taking notes. If Newsom gets away with this, your state could be next. And here's what really burns. While your family struggles with inflation and sky-high prices, these bureaucrats created fake hospice companies, registered dozens of phantom providers as single addresses, and collected Medicare checks for patients who didn't exist. State auditors flagged these problems 5 years ago. Locked doors, dead phone lines, stolen Medicare numbers, and what did Newsom do? Absolutely nothing. He let the fraud machine keep printing money while pointing fingers at the federal government. And speaking of protecting what is yours from people who want to take it, I need to tell you something very important. See, Wall Street doesn't lose money on sell-offs. You do. They create the panic. Wait for you to dump your position out of fear and scoop it up at a discount.
Say the number again.
The big banks aren't selling their gold, they're buying yours. And every time the headlines scream, regular people sell. Every time regular people sell, the institutions are right there waiting with open hands. You see, you built portfolio insurance for a reason. Don't let a red day hand it over to the people who cause it. And that's why I tell people to check out Noble Gold Investments at nextnewsgold.com. It's linked below. And right now, qualifying accounts can receive a free 10th ounce American Gold Eagle. While California politicians flush your tax dollars down the drain, smart Americans are protecting their wealth the way families have for generations. Visit nextnewsgold.com today. Now I'm going to show you just how deep this California corruption really goes. This is what Newsom desperately does not want you to see. Investigators went to Los Angeles County and found something jaw-dropping. LA County somehow has nearly 1,900 hospice providers. That's up to 1/3 of the entire nation's hospice companies crammed into a county that represents just 3% of American seniors. Empty offices, no patients walking in or out, and get this, half the supposedly terminally ill patients are walking out alive. 89 hospice companies registered to a single address. It's not incompetence, it's organized theft, and I'm going to show it to you. Steve Hilton posting our 4th Cal Doge fraud report. We analyzed Gavin Newsom's own public data to calculate the total amount of fraud, waste, and abuse in the last 5 years. $425 billion. That's $220,000 for each taxpayer. Listen carefully.
Welcome everyone to this, our 4th fraud report from Cal Doge. This one's different. Our previous reports have exposed individual examples of fraud and waste and abuse in our massive, sprawling California budget, all paid for by you. Today, what we are doing is bringing together what we have found so far to lay out the total exposure to fraud and waste and abuse in California over the past 5 years, an analysis that's been done by our colleague on the golden ticket, Herb Morgan, running for state controller, Jenny Ray LaRue, director of Doge, and the teams working behind the scenes to bring you this information. This is all information that is available from public data that we have been through to find out and tell you exactly how much this Democrat regime has stolen from you and wasted over the past 5 years. We published a previous analysis earlier in the year, but now we've spent more time, we've gone through more information, and we have an updated number for you that will shock you. And it's very important that we are doing this today, March the 31st. Today is the deadline for the state to publish its audited spending. Gavin Newsom has missed that deadline for the last 6 years, which tells you exactly how seriously they take their responsibility to be prudent, careful with public money. They don't take it seriously at all. They don't care about your money. They just steal it and waste it. And now we can tell you exactly how much. Here is the number. This is the total. $425 billion. That's billion with a B. When you see these reports, as we've been putting out with Cal Doge, people like Nick Shirley, Dr. Oz, CBS News, you see numbers of hundreds of millions. tens of millions in fraud. This is the total. It's not millions, it's billions. $425 billion over the last 5 years. If you add that up, that is $22,000 for every taxpayer in California.
After Hilton's expose of astronomical fraud under Newsom's regime, we're seeing creative ads spotlighting $425 billion in taxpayer money going down the drain. Here's another one. Califraudia. New analysis of public data by Cal Doge shows $425 billion in fraud, waste, and abuse over 5 years. Califraudia. $425 billion flushed down the toilet. As we wrap our heads around the shocking sum, we're going to dive deeper into the hospice fraud epidemic. Fraud epidemic reveals the staggering numbers in Los Angeles. Listen to this.
Suspected hospice fraud in L.A.
I did not see a single person coming in or out of the building.
Neither did we in January.
Lots of offices, but no people.
3 floors, no employees or patients. Yet look at the dozens of providers licensed at this one address. 5 years ago, state auditors flagged this location for potential fraud. They say they found non-working phones, locked doors, and stolen Medicare numbers.
In LA County, California, 89 hospice companies are registered to a single address.
Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill say California's weak oversight helped perpetuate fraud, a charge Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom denies.
We've been very aggressive as it relates to going after the fraud and abuse.
He also says hospice fraud involving Medicare falls under federal jurisdiction. Well, that's misleading. State law says California is responsible for licensing, inspecting, and investigating hospice complaints and can deny, suspend, or revoke licenses.
This problem is on his hands, and he's refusing to put in rules and regulations
that lawmakers mandated take effect by January this year,
code,
including better
that
background checks,
said, hey,
a ban on multiple hospices sharing a single office, more comprehensive on-site inspections, and face-to-face meetings before awarding a license. We asked Newsom why his administration missed the deadline.
We've eliminated over 280 licenses. We've been on this since late 2021.
But auditors say the explosion of hospice licenses came after Governor Newsom was elected in 2018. And here's what doesn't make sense, Ben. So today, L.A. County still has 1,900 hospices, according to the feds. San Francisco has 7. Nationwide, L.A. has up to a third of all hospice and home health care providers, but just 3% are seniors. And in one area, Ben, half the patients admitted as terminally ill are discharged alive.
Gosh.
Back to you.
Excellent work, William. Thanks for bringing that to us. Fascinating. William Legendness in LA for us.
Unreal. With California's hospice crisis in full view, the federal government vows action. Now we'll explore how their new priority signals a clampdown on this fraud. The fraudsters getting put on notice by U.S. Attorney. It's clear that the new anti-fraud task force has zeroed in on the massive hospice boom in California. Listen carefully.
Secretary Bassett, it's all hands on deck. So how massive an operation is this? And does the federal government have the resources to really wrap its arms around this and tackle it?
It's all about how we prioritize our resources, Sandra. So we have resources. Of course, we can't charge and go after every crime, but the administration, the president, the vice president, the attorney general has made it clear fraud is our top priority, particularly here in the state of California. And when the federal government puts its mind on something, we're going to go after it. And again, like I said, the task force with the vice president is just getting up and running. And I think you're going to see the results of that here really, really soon without saying too much.
Just getting up and running. Oh, I love it. Now here's what the mainstream media will never tell you. This $425 billion disaster is not just a bug in the Democrat system. It's actually the feature. You see, they need the fraud. They need the waste because every fake hospice company, every phantom patient, every stolen Medicare dollar creates a dependent class that keeps voting Democrat. But President Trump and his administration see exactly what's happening. U.S. Attorney, he just announced that the fraudsters are officially on notice. The new federal anti-fraud task force has zeroed in on California's hospice explosion, and his exact words were, "You're going to see results really, really soon." The walls are closing in on Newsom's corrupt empire, and this time, there's no place to hide. See, this is what happens when one party has unchecked power for decades. $425 billion in fraud and waste and abuse, $22,000 stolen from every California taxpayer, and Democrat candidates for governor are actually saying they need to spend more. The audacity is breathtaking. Thanks to President Trump's aggressive anti-fraud agenda, the days of looking the other way are over. Now, I want to hear from you. Should Gavin Newsom face criminal investigation for this massive fraud on his watch? Simple yes or no. Drop your answer in the comments right now. And since you made it to the end of the video, congratulations. Not many people will see this secret message, but you're lucky enough to. Text raw feed, that's the word on the screen right there, to 844-840-4963. That's how you bypass the algorithm. That's how you get the notifications directly from me when YouTube fails you. I will not. And if you're as fired up about government accountability as I am, hit that subscribe button, ring the bell so that you never miss an update. And grab some great Patriot gear right below this video. Find something you like and share this report with every Californian that you know, because they deserve to know exactly how much has been stolen from them. I'm Gary Franchi. Stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
All right, how's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Wednesday. It is April 1st, 2026. A lot of April Fool's jokes going around out there, so just be cautious of what you believe in social media today. It is 9:58 a.m. That's going to be Oklahoma time here, Central Time. Did have a little bit of larger activity this morning with a 6.0 earthquake across the Peru area. This was limited in terms of damage potential at the surface because of the depth of the earthquake at 67.6 miles there into the northern end of the Peru-Chile Trench. There's a major subduction zone that sits there that's capable of producing a much larger earthquake, but for now just a 6-pointer. We do have, see what else is going on up north. Puerto Rico Trench area definitely got some activity stirring up. I was watching this yesterday. There is a handful of more 3-pointers in the same area, as you can see on the map today. Nothing big, but 2 distinct swarms around the Puerto Rico Trench area. That is a little unusual for that location, but nothing big going on there for now. Just watching that area closely. Eastern portion of the country, 1 earthquake way up into Canada late last night, a little 2.8. New Madrid seismic zone. Someone mentioned about feeling some earthquake activity out there yesterday. I don't see anything showing up there on the map, but it doesn't mean there's not any, maybe some unreported earthquake activity in the small microquake range, but nothing showing up there on the USGS model. Oil fields of Texas out there in the Permian Basin still rocking and rolling. Nevada up there around Valmy. Nothing new to report this morning, just some earthquake activity from yesterday. As far as California goes, let's see what we have. Nothing above 2.5. Only smaller microquake activity out here again today. It's like the invisible earthquake shield across the west coast almost. It's like, how come we never get any earthquake activity out here? Not like I want it to happen. It's going to happen. It should have happened by now. But it just seems a little weird. Just, never really any major earthquakes out here along the major plate boundary. But I'm sure it's coming down the road. Bay Area fairly quiet aside from a couple smaller quakes. Southern end of the Cascadia up here, 1 more earthquake. Back over here along the Mendocino triple point, off the triple point boundary on the Gorda plate. Been bouncing back and forth here between the southern end of the Cascadia and the areas to the west here along the plate boundary in the last couple days. But aside from that, no major quake activity. A few earthquakes there across the Cascades and the volcanoes, but nothing major going on. For Japan, most of these earthquakes there from last night. Let's see what else we got. Nothing moving across New Zealand yet. Kind of waiting on that. Should have happened by now. Just very small quake activity at best around that region in the last couple days. A little bit of further activity though across the western Indian Antarctica Ridge. that earthquake striking this morning there for 4.8. That's the second one or so in that area. We had a previous 5.1 here, looks like a couple days ago, but nothing big. Nothing big happening out here aside from that 6-pointer today. Let's see what we got here for Hawaii. I don't see anything major going on. 9 earthquakes, the latest there, 2.1. Space weather activity. Let's go check out the solarham.com site. On his social media site. Doesn't look like he's doing it on his official site, but he did post something on his Facebook Solar Ham site claiming that he was going to rename and rebrand his website to cover Flat Earth events and other stuff like that as an April Fool's joke there. Go check it out. I actually shared it there on my Facebook Earthmaster page as well, but it looks like he's keeping his official site fairly clean. I can definitely understand that. Incoming CME detected by a spacecraft. Looks like that was when was this put out? That was at 22:05. I think that was last night. I don't really see anything major. Let me look here at the wind. Not the wind at the surface here on the planet, but the high-speed solar wind stream. Yeah, see, I'm pretty certain that CME has missed us. If it didn't happen last night when we were looking at the speed increasing and no major plasma density increase, I believe that CME that was supposed to slam into the planet from that X flare here a couple days ago has completely missed us. So I don't think that G2 class storm is going to materialize unless we get the the CME hitting us, and I just don't see it. I think it's completely missed the planet. As far as flaring activity goes right now, got a little C flare activity here in the last hour or so, just a little C5.3. But aside from that, let's see if we got any major growth here within the sunspot. 4405 here. Let me look here. Everything else out here looks fairly stable. Yeah, see this one, I don't know, it's got some coverage area in terms of size, but I don't see the major complexity here within the polarities of the positive and the negative. Just, it doesn't look like it's all set up for a major flare. But of course, the last time I said that, it popped at that huge X flare 2 days ago. Still got a 20% chance for X flare activity on that sunspot, but I don't know. We'll see, I guess. 55% chance there for M flare, 99% chance there for C flare. And aurora activity, folks, I think if we had it had been the CME in the Earth-directed view, we'd be talking about some nice aurora activity, but I just don't see it. I think it missed the planet there. Should have arrived by now. As far as any close approach asteroids to the planet on April 1st, no April Fool's joke on this. That's good. Don't want to see a 100-foot asteroid headed to the planet today. That would not be good. Everything out here looks fairly safe and at a distance. Storm Prediction Center got a tornado threat out here right smack dab where I'm at today. I'll be around this area of Oklahoma. I'm going to be out there trying to observe the conditions and report to the proper authorities if there's tornado activity out here today. And I will potentially go live to view for allow viewing there on YouTube because I do have quite a few people that like to see me out here covering these storms. But we will be watching this closely. There's definitely a tornado threat out here today, and some of those can be rather strong. So watch for that. Covers a good portion here. The main ingredients here needed to produce these tornadoes going to be right around the Oklahoma area, Texas, and up into portions of Kansas. So we'll watch that today. Also, some big time tennis ball size hail. I will definitely be avoiding that with very high caution. I've got some wind threats as well. So this is just going to be a crazy day of severe weather. It fires up around 4 to 5 o'clock, and then it just extends throughout the night. Let me show you guys the numerical models here, what it may look like on radar as the night progresses. We're going to use the HRRR model, which is the most, it's supposed to be the most accurate data here. Let's see, this is not updated yet. This is the newest one that got put out, so we're going to go back one runtime, and we'll check this out here. Watch these storms fire up southwestern Oklahoma around Magnum, and then it will head kind of north and then east. There's like I said, there's definitely a chance here for some tornado activity through the night, as well as that convective squall line makes its way east throughout the evening. Going to be a very, watchful night, I guess is the key wording out here. Just be on guard. Make sure you have your weather radio out here. Keep alerts on your phone. And I'll be watching this rather closely here today because I'm right smack dab in the center portion of where the potential tornado activity could be today. All right, folks, have a good one. We will see you guys out here for the, what is it? Today's Wednesday, yes. Wednesday night update a little bit later, unless something major happens in between now and then. And then look for that live stream if we're covering some storms out here as well. Have a good one. We'll see you guys out here soon. Take care.
And the left is really crumbling these days. It's insane.
Finally, World War III can begin? What do you mean World War III? It's just everybody...
I was just talking about this dude, this lady yesterday. They brought in the tank unit. They brought in the battering ram. They're gonna take Gondor.
What is this, the new villain of Mad Max?
It's happening nationwide. Is falling. They've brought the cave troll.
No kings. What does no kings protest mean?
We're out here making fun of these insane people that currently have power in the White House.
Yes, they are making fun of insane people.
Because you have to clown fascists. They hate it, it hurts their ego, and it gets people going.
Okay.
What is this, the X-Men? Bro, they brought out Charles Xavier.
Retard Avengers.
Xavier's gifted children. We desperately need to bring back bullying, holy fuck. Wait, this is the girl from yesterday.
We are bringing back bullying. Bullying is back. You see, the best way to win the public discourse, you see a lot of people are like, defeat them with discussions and shit. You think you're ever gonna convince this thing of literally fucking anything? You're never gonna convince this thing, all right? You win by humiliating them. By proof, look, like, I mean, they're doing a pretty good job all by themselves. You want to be on this side of the force? You want to be with these people?
Okay.
That's awesome.
I don't understand how it got this bad. They already make it.
I do. We're telling them that their mental illnesses are actually their superpowers, and they're like, holy shit, I am a dog human.
A movie about her? What's it called? No. Already?
That's amazing!
Batty Road! McDonald's! Uh-oh! Go! You gotta get it! Wait a minute, turn around! Oh, wait, there's even more of this? The Mad Max woman in a wheelchair?
You know,
no way she also has a septum piercing. This is it. She's got like all the Infinity Stones of retardation.
you people who want to talk shit in my comments and say mean things, you wouldn't have the balls to say that shit to my face.
What are you gonna do? Roll on me? I'll be real. I'm not afraid of anyone that I can outrun.
You know why I know that? You have no courage. You have no soul.
Yeah.
You are actively participating with being okay with the unaliving of innocent people.
Okay with the unaliving of innocent people? Absolutely not. I'm only okay with the killing of terrorists that try to kill police officers and stuff.
Are you innocent? Because you're unaliving yourself right now by being that fat. You're killing yourself right now.
Oh shit, the Lord of Pudding.
Man, how's mad, as always. They found who stole 12 tons of Kit Kats.
And there it is. Bro, AI is awesome.
Of course.
It's amazing.
Man, this is honestly like, she instantly turned into a meme, bro.
No, I think the best part is the fact that she thinks she's out there fighting against fascism. Bro, you are not bringing anyone to your side. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, my guy.
It was so fast.
I mean, it's like a joke or something. Like, I don't even understand this. The dude in the back wearing the mesh top. I mean, this is just, this is amazing. Poor person in a wheelchair getting roasted by.
This is the Democrat Party. This is the Democrat Party.
Son, yeah, get that bitch some sunscreen. Holy shit.
Holy shit. Pizza the Hut over here protesting against Donald Trump. No one saw this coming. Now, the thing is, trans people and, like, their ilk are having really bad days. All right, so this is Alex Stein getting assaulted by a trans person.
Use a women's restroom. That was weird as hell. That was weird as hell. But that was gay and weird. I just got sexually assaulted by a transgender. So we're here.
They respect you, and they believe that everyone needs to respect each other's boundaries and consent as they rape you and groom your children.
In Dallas at the Trans Day of Visibility protest. We're about to go see what these people have to say.
You know, it's honestly amazing how many retards exist at the same time. Like, if you think about it, it's kind of insane. Like I feel like we are at an actual universal alignment of retards, and for some reason, our government is convincing mentally ill women on antidepressants in college that actually you have to affirm their mental illnesses, therefore releasing more of the retards into the public. This is like retards convergence. It's unbelievable.
Hey, hey, ho, ho. Transgenders got to go, hey, hey. 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 Ho, ho. Transgenders got to go, hey, hey.
Oh my god, he's getting attacked by transgender Dudley.
Ho, ho. Transgenders got to go, hey, hey. Ho, ho. Transgenders got to go, hey, hey. Ho, ho.
Like, it's unbelievable to me. Like, you'll have leftists, like, throwing smoke bombs at ICE agents and breaking pillars and throwing boulders at their heads. And that's free speech. All right, but literal free speech, they're going to throw you out of a public park.
Transgenders got to go, hey, hey. Ho, ho.
Anyway, this didn't go well. He ended up getting sexually assaulted by a transgender. Many such cases. Anyway, so, anywho to lose it. This identity politics shit, it's still happening behind the scenes. This is Councilwoman Pearl Warren.
The fight that I fight every day to be a black woman here in America.
No, that happened to you when you were born. You didn't have to worry about it.
Is not anything that you could ever fathom. You don't understand where I stand because you've never sat where I've sat.
Like, you understand that we need to pay her for this position as a councilwoman, okay? Where literally her job is existing and being annoying at the same time. Annual salary, $110,000 a year. All right, let's look into black women around the world. Haiti average salary, $1,700. Congo average salary, $500. Somali average salary, $450. And these are men. Women don't have average salaries there. They're owned by the men. This might get me in trouble, but, this woman's great-grandparents being slaves was the best thing that could have possibly happened to her. I'm sure that's going to be taken well by Twitter. Anyway, so let's look into the transgender situation. So this was a pretty viral story today. My friend just went to a lesbian orgy for women only. Gross. She was nervous, but said it was great. Said she was a bit surprised, though, to find out at the end that 50% of the visible genitals were penises. So let's understand, this person's friend goes to a lesbian orgy, and it's half trans women, which is just men that wanted to be in an orgy with women. Like, this is incredible stuff. To be clear, I'm down with trans women in women's spaces most of the time, but gray areas are orgies. Yeah, all right, gray areas are where they affect you. Got it. Makes sense. Anyway, yeah, all right, this is fucking insane. So this story was going super viral. This was a transgender attorney who got tackled to the ground after getting into a heated argument with a judge. All right, so first we have to watch the actual video, and then I have to show you his response, or her response. I don't know which way this person is fucking ruining their society. But the reality is, these are the most entitled people on the planet finding out, and all of society is just tired of them. Man, I love doing deep dives on viral stories. Oh, that's a woman. That's a fat woman.
Well, that didn't go as planned. Let's back up a bit, huh?
All right.
This is transgender lawyer Rob Hopkins in Oklahoma. Things in the courtroom are a little testy because Rob's client did not show up for court.
Uh-oh.
So let's watch the tension build to a fever pitch.
I don't think there's any need in going forward today.
We're back to the issue at hand.
Why are you a bitch? the judge tells you something, you listen. That's how it works in court.
Which was you
Oh, never mind. This is a transgender woman that thinks the entire world owes her just by the fact that she exists.
asked me to not provide testimony on behalf of my client. You asked me what paragraph it was. I pointed you to the exact paragraph. It's her education.
Stop.
Stop because you don't want to hear
Oh,
what the
stop!
argument is.
Stop! You interrupt me one more time. You are being held in direct contempt of court, and you can wipe that smirk off.
I don't have a smirk on my face.
Oh, yes, you
I
do.
do not.
I am not going to tolerate this from you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. There was a pause. There was a break. I wasn't done with my arguments.
And I was not done with my statement. You interrupted again.
Throws her phone on the floor in protest. This is absolute cinema. It's just people being tired of transgender Karens in real time.
Do not throw your...
I did not throw. It fell off the bench. Please.
We have eyes. That didn't happen.
Stop stating things that are not true, ma'am.
Stop stating things that are not true. This is the judge. Have some fucking respect. It's unbelievable. Like, these people grow up, and because society affirms their delusions, they think that the entire world just revolves around them. It's amazing. Just, like, watching them interact with reality is fascinating. Like, this is exactly what happens when you're not told, no, you are a woman, okay? You're not a man. You have a mental illness.
Sir, you've got a room full of witnesses.
I do. I put it down. I did. I put it down and it fell down. I did not fall.
Then settle down.
I'm not upset and I'm not arguing.
Yeah,
You're
right.
not letting me make an argument. I'm not red in the face, ma'am. I'm not.
Stop. Our court reporter cannot get what we're both saying.
I am trying to make my argument. You interrupted my argument halfway through.
Holy shit. The disrespect is insane. And I already don't have respect for most women judges. But the disrespect is crazy.
This
On
is
an
a panic
objection.
button that will get every available deputy in
Yes,
front
ma'am.
of
I'm aware. It's happened to me
You're
before.
interrupting. It has.
Yes.
You're out of line.
Yeah,
Of course.
I guess so.
Okay. If I push that
Or maybe because I'm a transgender attorney.
Oh, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. That's right. Oh, you want to arrest me? That's probably just because I'm transgender. Ha! I just used my superpower. I don't know if you were aware. I immediately activated my victim card.
All over the state.
I don't know what you
You do, ma'am. It's not. You do.
I tap 2 mana in my mana pool. I am a transgender. I have a vagina under all of this.
So we are pausing this until you get the ADA request form filled out and it gets processed.
So we're going to pause a hearing on jurisdiction that's been set twice. I drove an hour and a half to have the
Oh my god, this entitled asshole.
hearing. My client's available telephonically, and we are simply not even taking testimony.
Is your client available telephonically?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, then get her on the phone.
Thank you.
Your Honor, to which we would object.
It's so over.
This is as clear as the nose on my face that this woman will not appear before this court because she has a warrant for stealing.
Objection, you're saying that's not true. And you're ready to
fine, sir.
Don't come at me. It's over me. Don't shot at me.
I'm not putting it in there. No, we're stopping.
Get out of my face, sir. Get out of my face, sir.
You may step
Get
out.
out of my face.
You should leave this county.
Get out of my face.
Damn.
Get out of my
Oh
face.
shit, the judge called security.
Well, my friend, you're being ugly.
And
You're ugly. Got him.
get out of my face. Why?
Because you're in direct contempt of court.
You're in contempt of court. It's called a crime. You're a lawyer. You should figure that out. Or are you too very emotional for a man? Oh, wait.
He shouted at me.
You shouted at me, and therefore I can be in contempt of court. The entire world revolves around me, actually.
No, I'm not being. You did not even say that I was in
You are
contempt.
in direct.
You just said it like 5 times.
No, I'm not doing my stuff.
but I felt very threatened by this person.
I feel very threatened by this person. Oh my god. Time to play the woman card. It's not too late.
Yelling in court. I've never even heard that before in this courtroom.
Do not hurt me. Do not hurt me.
Hands on your back.
Do not. You're throwing me over the.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting.
This is literally someone who got everything in their life handed to them, right? This is literally someone who said, actually, I'm a woman. Actually, I'm a man. And everyone was like, you know what? You are a man. And it's like, welcome to real life, bitch.
Put your hands on your back. Stop resisting.
You know exactly what's
Why
happening.
don't you all walk that way so you can...
I can't walk. I'm being thrown down.
Just settle down. Walk that way.
Settle down. Do not grab me. Do not grab me. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Man, this is awesome. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right. That's right. You're under arrest. You're gonna go. And it's gonna happen. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I'm just like George Floyd, except I'm a woman.
I can't breathe.
I'm transgender George Floyd. I'm George Floyd. Oh, my God.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
can't breathe. Put your hand behind your back. It's like they literally all know the annoying bitch talking points.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
And that is one fat lady. Yeah, this is so cathartic. I love this. Absolute cinema. You know, this could have been so much easier if you just did what you were told. You know that this person only became a lawyer because this is a transgender that played the trans card every 2 steps of the way, right? Like, this is not an earned position. This is not someone who should be here whatsoever. This is not someone who should have this position at all advocating on behalf of people. Like, this is obviously not someone who respects the law in any way. Like, disbarring her is the absolute bare minimum. Like, the fact that she got this far proves our society is cooked. Wow. Oh my god, they brought in the guy with the Hitler mustache. It's gonna work now. She's cooked. You're literally getting arrested.
I don't get a female officer now.
Get a female officer! Oh my god! It only took a little bit of discomfort to play the woman card. Absolute cinema. I'm a trans man. I'm a man because I say so. I identify as a man. Get a female police officer.
Get a female officer now. Get a female officer now.
Yeah. Using your own dirty tricks against you.
I can't get up. I can't see. He just threw my glasses. I can't see.
Jinkies, I lost my glasses.
Give me my glasses. Put them on my face. Put them on my face. I cannot see.
Wow, it was totally worth that.
Please give me my glasses. I cannot see.
This is crazy. No, they'll be in your personal belongings. You don't get to have glasses in jail.
Wow, that was
trying to walk and I cannot see.
That was fucking awesome. Anyway, apparently she responds to all this.
Alright, we're gonna pick you up.
Oh, we got multiple cameras.
No.
This is a cinematic takedown.
No, I don't get a female officer now.
Oh my god, I love it. I love that she plays like the I'm actually a woman.
I'm not trying to walk and I...
Yeah, all right, dude. Anyway, let's see the update video from this this very mentally ill woman.
At this time, it is the right move for me to step away. As many of you all heard, there was an incident that took
completely of your own making. Oh my god, the fuck around, find out. It's so glorious.
place in another county, a rural county, and there are more details of that incident, and I can't release that at this time. And being as that I believe that I first have grounds for a discrimination lawsuit there.
Dude, this was because I'm trans, actually? Oh my god, absolute cinema. First of all, you're never gonna win that. And second of all, and this is the best part, you have nothing. We all saw it with our own eyes. This was filmed in 4K, all right? Like this is amazing because the whole world knows you're just a piece of shit and knows that most discrimination lawsuits are this. Are you fucked up, you found out, and now you're looking for someone else to take accountability for your mistakes. Like, that is 90% of discrimination lawsuits these days.
In that county, that for my physical safety at this time, it's best that I step away, and for my family's physical safety, it's best that I step away. And for all of you wondering if I'm moving, I'm not moving. I'm from South Texas. I can't live in one of those states like Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Minnesota. I wasn't built for that. So I'm not going to leave the great state of Oklahoma.
Well, why is she making like this whole video like, all my fans, now watch me get my ass beat in court?
I will work in, people are, well, what are you going to do now, Rob? You know, I'll let you know, but like I've told everybody, I know that I am created in his image. I know that there is a
what?
Bigger plan for me.
You do realize that it says in Deuteronomy that a man that dresses as a woman or a woman that dresses as a man is an abomination against God, right?
I know that I will always land on my feet, and...
Well, I mean, we saw you land very, very, very heavily on your face.
Whatever I have to do is to make ends meet and to survive out there, I will. For all of you worried about my mental health, thank you so much. I appreciate those thoughts and prayers and good wishes and good vibes. I've got a team of wonderful doctors. You can't go through what I can, both medically and psychologically, without being medically cleared.
There's a 42% chance this person is not going to be making a follow-up video. Damn, fucking around and finding out. I'm so happy, bro. I love when this happens. Dude, the entire country is coming together and realizing that these people are fucking insane. But we don't need to coexist with these people. Like, we don't. We don't need to unify with them. We need to humiliate them so badly this ideology dies. All right, and it's working. It really is.
housing shortage, rents are expensive, whatever. They're finding out all the rampant ways they're defrauding their citizens in terms of we want to provide housing for people in Los Angeles County, but also that's probably just fleecing the taxpayer to put the money in their pockets.
Eric with Inner Rhythm Media. I'm here in the beautiful Palms, California, on the border of Culver City.
I know
Project Home Key by Gavin Newsom.
Palms used to be a nice area because you're near where they have all like the movie studios. You're near Santa Monica in downtown. You're like if you can think about where UCLA is, below that's Westwood, below that's Palms. It was a nice little suburban area, smack dab in the city. Very, very easy to get anywhere in the city you need to be. And now it's this.
Has renovated and rebuilt another housing facility, this time for seniors that are homeless.
And hopefully I got that in right now. Okay, here.
2023 in June.
Anyway, Project Home Key is, we got plenty of that stuff on the channel if you want to look it up.
This wonderful assisted living facility, built in 1968, is going to be renovated and going to be up and running by February of 2025. Okay? But, you know, it's daylight savings, all sorts of stuff's been going on, and they haven't quite finished it yet. No one's working today, but they're going to get back to it soon. Okay, they just ran into a tiny speed bump. There's been an internal review of Weingard Center, and a federal investigation has been launched. But, you know, otherwise, it's a beautiful facility, okay? You could just throw away stuff when you get here because there's a storage bin, all right? Can't get in. There's all sorts of beautiful artwork on the walls. It's very
Blends in with
welcoming and inviting.
every other part of the city.
You know, homeless people can just come in and just get free housing, basically. That's how it's set up, because Karen Bass launched this project, was publicly speaking about it and praising it and saying how great it's going to be for 76 homeless people that are primarily seniors to be able to get housing that can't afford it. So $27.3 million later, and this is what we've got. This beautiful housing facility. All right. So let's go over some more details here, because I've got a couple security guards watching me, and they want to arrest me as soon as I step onto this property. So let's make it quick here. Taylor used fake bank statements and false representations from 2019 to 2025. All right. It was a multi-year scheme involving fraud loans and lines of credit, not from traditional banks, okay, allowing him to acquire without legitimate backing. In June of 2023, shortly after the city recommended it for home key funding, Stephen Taylor entered escrow, and that is when... Oh, dude, come on, bro.
Wait, he's just on the sidewalk. He can be there. Jesus.
All right, dude. Well, I'm trying to do my job.
Wow, they really kicked him off saying, okay, $20 million from LA, $7 million from California, 76 people to house 76 people. Like, if you guys have been around, what is it? I had the video where I interviewed all the homeless people in Santa Monica with like my light-skinned decoy and my other buddy. They were getting like vouchers to be in like top-of-the-line apartments, and our tax dollars are paying for it. It's crazy. But yeah, Project Weingard Shelby Project, it's all bad. But also, it gets worse the more you look into it, because, like in Vegas, people are literally sleeping and living inside the sewer system, except it's Los Angeles.
New alarming images across South LA. This looks like it was a mattress or something.
Yeah, we're
Just
saying
blocks
this.
from where a woman was found living in a storm drain.
I'm from Guatemala, yeah.
How does this area of LA compare to Guatemala?
Oh my God, my area in Guatemala is better of this.
Oh, 100%. The sad part is, what is it?
Just across South LA.
South LA it's South Central. I don't care if you relabeled it South LA to try to give it a better face on it. Like when I worked at the Fox Hills Mall and they tried to rename it Culver City Mall. It's like, no, it's still the Fox Hills. It doesn't matter if you add a Best Buy and a Target. It's still the Fox Hills Mall. You didn't change the neighborhood and the legal system around the Fox Hills Mall. If you relabel it and add a couple nicer stores, doesn't change the fact that it's still the hood.
This looks like it was a mattress or something. Just blocks from where a woman was found living in a storm drain.
I'm from Guatemala, yeah.
How does this area of LA compare to Guatemala?
Oh my God. My area in Guatemala is better of this.
There were people living in the storm drain next to your house.
Okay.
You don't seem that surprised.
South LA.
Okay.
It's kind of
Like it's a fucking
normal, I
thing.
guess.
Normal.
It's worse because they have
fuck outta
generators
here.
out there. They're noisy, and also where I lived in LA, on the residential block behind where my apartment was, they built a whole bunch of homeless, like just encampments, some tents and some RVs. But they would try to patch in to the light post and just set themselves on fire, either on accident or through
normal, I
arson. When they
guess.
get in arguments, they set each other on fire. It's pretty bad. They don't ever talk about that on the television,
What
but
the
it just
fuck?
destroys your city overnight because they're or one, they're unwilling to address the homeless crisis, and two, when they are, it's actually fraud.
Bees and filth fill the area. While the homeless even tap into utility
Oh, there
poles
you go.
for
I didn't even
power
see this before.
while
That's
streetlights are
exactly
dark.
what they do.
Put more
And they set themselves on fire and also take out the power for your entire block because they're not electricians, they're junkies.
station in this area. But you visit on other areas like Gardena, Hawthorne, Linwood, and it's clean, no homeless, no problem. But just this area is like maybe a Netflix series or something.
No, it's
On Monday, Fox 11 exclusively exposed the storm drain shelter.
A Netflix series
Tuesday,
or
hazmat
something.
crews declared it a hot zone. And now today, mental health teams offered help.
Yeah, mental health team. This person
Get the fuck
is,
out of there.
sad to say, out of their mind, and oftentimes unhinged, and oftentimes violent. If you were literally going to get rid of everything they own and evict them from their home, the sewer, an unarmed social worker isn't going to fix this, and also they're in danger as well.
But the woman seemed to just keep walking. And just before the drain was sealed, a witness says another man climbed out. LA sanitation workers didn't want to speak on camera, but they say the mayor's office put out a directive this week to go out and check in storm drains for possibly people inside and to clear them out.
Bro, don't call them the Teenage Mutant Ninja homeless. These people are suffering, guys.
Busy?
Damn.
It is such a tragedy to find out that there are people in our
they're
city.
Just kind of grinning because you know that this is just going to be another way for her to have the war on the homeless, fight against homelessness, and just being able to reinvigorate the homeless industrial complex to likely line her own pockets.
Living in storm drains.
Yeah, don't wait until it rains. Like in Vegas, I remember, because Vegas is the desert, so it's like the homeless are there, 120-degree heat. They can't go to the beach club, so they go in the sewer. But in Vegas, during these hot summer nights, they will get flash flooding, like just storms and a rain, and every now and then they will be stuck in the sewer system. Would be insane to think that tragedy happened in LA as well, but here we are.
The mayor now responding, saying the drain is sealed.
And so I think that people use a variety of different strategies to hide. That is probably by far the most tragic that I have ever heard of.
If we just go down Grand, do you think we'll see more people living under?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because it's close to the rain.
While some in South LA feel helpless.
It's weird because I'm in USA. For me, USA is the best country in the world.
Oh,
when I look
wow.
at the people, I look at the homeless. Oh my God.
So now the question, exactly how many people across LA could be living in storm drains? Sanitation appears to be focusing and checking them out after our first report. We're live tonight, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
And then
South Central's getting bad, but this was, I think, the first
Great
video about the
reporting.
person in the homeless in the,
Great
in the storm
reporting,
drain.
Fox.
And then I guess the family
you
of the
going?
woman that was seen
Where
crawling
are
out
you?
of
What the
the
fuck?
sewer next to what is literally a doghouse. Like, this is sad. Like, again, I lived a long time in LA, have learned to have a strong distaste for the criminal, drug addicted, homeless people out there that were just, they were violent and they made living out there very dangerous. But this, I'm still saddened to see this. Like, literally living in less than a doghouse in the sewer, and then apparently the family saw her on the news.
Exclusive follow-up to a story that sparked outrage across Los Angeles. The woman we first showed you living inside a storm drain has now been identified by her family. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf joining us now after speaking with her loved ones.
Yeah, Susan, this
The
really is
doghouse with
heartbreaking.
storage.
They're sharing pictures.
Moderately better, but again, a lot of this stuff is at one point in time had a regular life. They weren't like a lot of them weren't born homeless, and I would always think that like when I lived in downtown LA, on my block where I would jog all the time, you just jog around all these homeless people and they're just sleeping on their mattresses just on the street. And then later on, I found out that some random guy set one of them on fire, and it was sad because the family came out and said he was a regular guy, had a girl just devastated him. He got his heart broken, couldn't figure it out, and became homeless, and he was living on the street, got addicted to drugs, and then someone set him on fire and ended him. It was really sad, and I just think about the homeless people I dealt with in my job when I was in LA. I see them as like they're junkies, they're violent towards me, and they're just terrible people. But at one point in time, I always see them as like, they were probably the guy that used to like to smoke pot that I knew in high school, and I likely would have played video games with them at the arcade or something. Like, they were regular people at some point in time, and then they're living in the sewer next.
And videos from better times revealing the person behind the headlines they're trying to get back.
If I could take back.
Guess you can't play the music.
Now, hard to understand.
They have no ambition because the system has made it so comfortable for them to live homeless. And it's sad because a lot of them just like doing meth all the time, shoplifting, living outdoors, robbing people, and just being under the influence most of the day, then buckling down in the hard part of getting sober and then getting a soul-crushing minimum wage job. They'd rather just do this. It's sad.
Did she get in the situation that she's in?
Drugs.
Loved ones say this woman is 43-year-old Jamila Robinson, a mother of 3.
She's a wonderful person, a loving person.
We first found her last week in South LA, living in a storm drain.
When I viewed it, it just so happened to be my sister, and that's how I found out about her living situation.
Her sister, Camila, hadn't seen her in years. Were you surprised when you saw what she was living in?
No.
Well, their mother, Linda, says she speaks with Jamila almost every day.
It's the second time she's been in the sewer. The one up on Winters, it was like 20 of them over there.
20 in one sewer?
In one sewer. They had to cover it up.
They say, who keeps giving her substance money? Sad to say, you, the taxpayer, you are.
Fox 11 first exposed the underground encampment where Jamila climbed in and out, not willing to say much on camera. Below ground, human waste, trash, and an overpowering stench. I gotta get back. As a mom,
I'm dying. I'm dead. I tried, Matthew. I've done everything I was told. As long as she could tell me no, or tell the courts no, that she didn't want the help, they couldn't help her.
Within 24 hours of our exclusive report, the city moved in. Hazmat crews declaring it a hot zone.
And exactly, you can get rid of it, but unless you, sad to say, incarcerate the person, because you're catching her on a good day. And even then, she's a little bit unhinged and not exactly there. Giving her free housing doesn't fix her mental problems, and also cleaning this up temporarily doesn't make it so she can't shoplift from a store, get all those same supplies again, and just pop up some other part of the city. Again, it's just the homeless industrial complex trying to re-wash the system over and over and turn a profit off of her suffering. It's really sad.
The next day, sealing the drain shut with asphalt. Wednesday, the last time we saw...
Welding the manhole shut doesn't fix the problem that we're creating thousands of individuals just like her that at one point in time probably could have been saved. So, sad to say, incarceration or insane asylums. Sad to say.
Jamila, outreach teams offering help as she walks away.
I'm saddened to see that she just walks away like that. Would love to see them be more forceful in helping her.
Even the family admits being forceful, tough love is what she needs. Not, what do they say, compassionate release, where it's like, oh yeah, you know what? We know you're living in the sewer. You're not mentally capable of taking care of yourself, but here's an EBT card, here's an Obama phone, here's free syringes so you don't accidentally cross-contaminate yourself with somebody else's recreational use. That should get you out of the sewer. It's nonsense. But again, they can't get paid off of, or get reelected off of the harsh reality that is being forceful with people that cannot take care of themselves.
Just take her. Because she's not mentally able to think straight for herself.
If it was a daughter or sister or mother of the mayor's, where is such a place that she would take them? Right. Instead of just allowing them to walk away, forcefully come to them and say, hey, I'm here to help you.
The woman, once known for singing, now still out there.
I know it's hard. I couldn't get the courts to see the mentalness in her. Now the world can see the mentalness in her. And maybe I can get the help that I need and she needs now.
I would want to tell her that I love you, Jamila, and that I am here standing and speaking on your behalf, and that I want to fight for them, for the city, for the mayor to not just give up on you, but to actually pour into you where you are unable to pour into yourself.
Jamila hasn't been seen or heard from since Wednesday. Her family says they're going to keep pushing for her health and more aggressive intervention.
So they kept saying if this was the mayor's sister, the mayor would force her, Jamila, to get some help. But that's actually against the law.
Yeah, I mean, this is a much broader issue than just what she's experiencing. There's thousands of people across LA living on the streets that just won't accept treatment. So the question is, what do you do with those people? How do
you criminalize their behavior? They want to use, like, once Prop 64 passed, it was supposed to be like, hey, let's make MJ legal, because why lock up people for such a you know, something that not everybody, but a lot of people admit to using. Snoop Dogg, Joe Rogan, everybody, you know, there was movies about doing it when it was like, you know, a Schedule 1 substance or whatever. But 64 didn't do that. Prop 64 in California didn't just legalize MJ. It actually legalized everything. Like, I tell the story too much, but as a security guard, tried to arrest a guy. He left behind his backpack. He just ran away, didn't want to be arrested, but his backpack had a large quantity of narcotics in it. Distribution levels of narcotics in it. Tried to get LAPD to come pick it up, and he was like, no, it would take me too long. Like, nobody cares. No one's going after the guy that had that. It's essentially legal now. Like, felonies become misdemeanors. Misdemeanors get what's a word in court? Chat, what's a word in court when you plead? Yeah, you plead down to infractions. So it's like it just made everything downstream less of a crime, and now you have people just walking around the streets because drugs have been legalized in abject poverty in not testify, not reduce, but not probation. It was just pardon. No, it was just when they get a plea. They get a plea bargain. Like they go to court. Hey, having this amount of narcotics on you used to be a felony. Now you're only being charged with a misdemeanor. Oh, it looks like you don't have a long, extensive record. So you know what? We're going to plea this down to an infraction. It's essentially a citation. It's a fine. Don't get caught again. And then you never have a criminal record because 64 basically decriminalized all of that. The way you get this poor, you know, oh my God, this individual off the street is you criminalize, one, her using it, and also you throw the book at whoever's supplying it, because she's not growing her own meth or fentanyl or whatever she's using. Her life, I feel like, is essentially been ended. The same way you would charge a murderer life for murdering somebody, I think selling somebody narcotics essentially ends their life and makes them this. They should get the same amount of charges if they actually murdered her, because her life is over to me. You criminalize everybody down the pipeline of drug use, and then, you know, oh, you can't beat the war on drugs. It's like, yeah, but this is so much worse over here. Yeah, it's a poisoning. They're poisoning the people for profit. And the sad part is, it's like, oh, they don't, what do you do? Like, what do you do? Like, you have to keep on letting her free, but it's like, the city is like, why is everybody leaving the city? It's like, because you have stuff like this where
charges drop.
They knew that there was going to be this big No Kings protest over in Los Angeles, and even like, what is it? They say LAPD officer on horseback knocks down protester. I think LA Taco is a very left-leaning street journalist, but still does great journalism on the street, even if they got a left-leaning bias, which is fine. But this isn't a protester being back up, Copper. This is a protester essentially running into and refusing to leave a riot. I guess I can't, even though this is a police scene, can't play too much of that because there's two-way stuff in it. But it's like, okay, so they know this was going to take over the street, but instead of arresting and throwing the book at everybody and arresting everybody actually harming society, they said, you know what, there's a No Kings protest coming up in the near future. Let's just go ahead and, instead of sending individuals to jail like drug users, drug dealers, and also rioters, let's just go ahead and make the entire city a prison itself.
Right now, from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. This is along the 101 freeway in downtown LA. You can see the large. Now the work is happening right now from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. This is along the 101 freeway in downtown LA. You can see the large metal gates that are being installed. This is on the underpasses there over Los Angeles main streets. This is the third set of gates that we have seen being installed. Caltrans says this was in partnership with CHP as a result of the protests that we have seen so recently going on the freeways. I want to show you more video here of the other gates that we have seen being used. This is at the Los Angeles Street off-ramp, and you can see them right there.
Yeah, first world nations don't need to have pedestrian gates on freeway entrances. Most citizens know, hey, we can't walk on the freeway. That's not something that's legal. So instead of locking up the criminals that did it last time, instead a very clear message to the entire populace of Los Angeles. Even if you don't get your way politically, doesn't mean you get to block the freeway. No. We have to turn the entire city to cater to them, acting as kind of a little prison in itself. Don't jail the shoplifters, jail the merchandise in the general public.
Kind of tucked away just on the side of the concrete there. CHP and Caltrans tells me that this will be a coordinated effort between the two agencies to be able to use these gates if a protest warrants it. We'll show you video because protesters in the last several years, all the way back to the George Floyd protests in 2020, have really taken to the freeways. And you see previously, CHP had to use officers to block it and then a number of cars down there as well.
And these protesters aren't afraid of the officers either because they know that, what was it, Kamala Harris was going to have the fund to bail them out of jail. Like, they're not afraid of the police. Why would they be afraid of a gate? Again, more tax dollars being spent on their failure to enforce a law in the first place. It's not even like that they need to make new laws to enforce. They just need to enforce the existing laws.
Covered many protests that end up on the freeway. We've seen injuries happen
big scary
because
gate,
of that.
exactly.
You remember in 2020 when a CHP car had somebody actually hang on top of it as they tried to get away from the crowd that was in there. That was all during the George Floyd protest. The protests have caused mass disruption on local freeways. CHP and Caltrans are hoping that this is going to be a new way to prevent those things from happening with these new gates that have been installed. It's unclear, and
we don't need a gate if you threw the people in jail. First set of people get thrown in jail. I'm not even talking about, throw them in county jail, have them be there for the night, and then later on they get an infraction on them. I don't know. I'm talking about prison. Give them a decade behind bars. We do not act like this in a first world nation.
I've asked Caltrans how many gates they're going to be installing and where throughout the downtown LA corridor. But the next time we have big protests in downtown, don't be surprised if you see these gates being closed to prevent people from getting on the 101 freeway.
Yeah, if they're willing to throw, what was it? On this overpass, if they're willing to light stuff on fire and throw it at CHP officers, I don't think that we're willing to throw Molotovs at cops, but we draw the line at hopping a fence. Like they really think this is going to work again. A total failed state. No wonder everybody's leaving. But when you have leadership that cries about maybe being dyslexic, we got some issues. But yes, like we said before, Santa Monica Place is officially dead. I've talked about this before, but this is a new video of how bad it got. Like, the Sprinkles Cupcakes is gone. It's now just a Sprinkles Cupcake vending machine because that's the only thing that they won't steal. I think this is an All Saints, so it's like the one store that's there. Uniqlo, it's like a cheap... most of my shirts are from Uniqlo. It's a cheap shirt store. That's gone. This used to be a Rolex store. This was a fancy chocolate store. This was Chili Beans. It's like a sunglass store. And this was a giant food court. And also there was a bar that was pretty cool. Like on weekends, you can get like bottomless mimosas. And there's music on it. But it's like, yeah, Santa Monica used to be so nice. Yeah, the food court is gone. This used to be, I think, a Coach store. This was a Louis Vuitton down here. Like, they literally took paradise. It was the ultimate tourist destination. Like I was in LA when Santa Monica Place was that weird broken down mall. There was nothing there. Like they just redid this, renovated it, and it's already done. Yeah, the Page Denim store that's there. This is probably Abercrombie. I think there was an H&M. There was a museum up there. I think that's been gone too. There was like a Neiman Marcus and a Nordstrom there. I think both of those are gone. Like, Santa Monica officially dead. They think that allowing open container laws. So they want Santa Monica 4th Street Promenade to be like Vegas, where you can drink open container, just be walking around. They think being able to drink alcohol in the open is going to make this renovate the city. But what's crazier is we talked about Topanga Mall, like in the Costa Mesa Mall. There are these upscale malls. It's sad. When I lived out there, they built this brand new food court. All these really, really fancy restaurants. It was pretty cool. There was a bowling alley over there. There's a movie theater. State-of-the-art, beautiful, beautiful location in a shopping mall that has the Gucci store, the Louis Vuitton store. I think they sell like Omega watches, which is like on tier with Rolexes. They need a fancy crack pipe store because it has since closed down. Opened May 2023 and under 3 years, which is probably like a multi-million-dollar expansion to the mall. It's already been shut down. Across the street, there was going to be this sky bridge that went to this place called the Village, which is an outdoor mall that was supposed to be like a kind of a cool place to hang out. I think as the place got opened, most of the buildings became vacant. Like as soon as they opened up one thing, the coffee shop went under. Once they got the clothing store, the VR store shut down. Like they just couldn't keep anything there. And then Topanga Social closes down, the Village closes down, and then they demolished a Rocketdyne facility that was supposed to be commercial and upscale apartments. They backed out of that. After they demolished the area, probably cost them millions of dollars, they demolished it and say, you know what, we're going to take the loss. Because nothing can survive. This is the Topanga Mall, exactly. And I said, when I was at Topanga Mall, this is years ago now, when there was they thought there was a mass incident there. It actually wasn't two-way tools. It was idiots in masks using hammers to break the case lines at a jewelry store. Ever since people were like running out of the mall as if there was a mass incident there, that mall became a ghost zone. It became a ghost town. At the department store, it was sad. It was a bunch of you-know-whats went in there to rob the designer store, and they maced everybody. Like, they used bear mace on everybody. Got the security guard, got the people inside there, just so they could rob purses. That mall has never been the same since then, and now you're seeing this fancy upscale stuff becoming literal ghost towns in what is the most beautiful parts of the country. Democrat values and weak, sad, sobbing leadership has turned paradise into nothing. And the only thing that's been propping it up, I believe, was fraud, where you had Nick Shirley out there exposing the consultants. Remember, they drove off in their $300,000 car when he went there and said, hey, I want to be a business owner. I want to open up a hospice care center. That's what they teach you to do. None of the girls that were working there knew how to do it. They have since shut down. They have likely fled the country because I think literally there's a bubble where nobody really is successful in business in Los Angeles. It seems to be propped up with essentially some Minnesota Somali-style fraud over there. I think everything was propped up by these fake hospice cares. They went out there, they bought themselves designer handbags, Gucci belts, and then Audis and Mercedes-Benzes and BMWs. Once you take away the fraud, I think the entire economy in the valley collapses overnight. And no matter how many times Governor Gavin Newsom tries to say, I'm illiterate like you guys, and I cry tears of, I don't know, joy, sadness, or just estrogen, but just crying tears on camera, that's not going to save the state. Too much empathy. I mean, I don't even think it's empathy. I think it's utilizing low information idiots that have more emotion than facts, and they're able to defraud them. And that's how you get this rampant fraud over there. Empathy for the wrong things, exactly. Because they think they can spend their way out of homelessness. They think they can fix that girl that's living in the sewer by saying, you know what, if we build more facilities to give her care, if we get rid of cops and have social workers that are unarmed, maybe that works. Maybe we give her free syringes so she can use. Maybe we can give literal beer to homeless people and that'll fix their problems. Like, that's something they've literally done in California. Maybe that'll help. And they have all the best intentions. It doesn't work. It makes the situation...
Telling you before, and what would have happened if we would have told you before? Would you have helped?
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be discussing a somewhat intriguing discovery in regards to very mysterious objects referred to as magnetars, while at the same time potentially solving the mystery of some of the most brilliant explosions observed in the universe. The events referred to as superluminous supernova that were actually extremely difficult to explain for several years. And though there were some explanations, there was actually no evidence to prove any of this, which potentially just changed based on this recent study and some of the recent observations from the event that happened just a few years back. But before we dive into these findings and before we discuss exactly how all of this seems to work, let's talk about a few basics, such as what exactly is a magnetar and why is this such a strange object? Because this is one of the most bizarre objects in the entire universe, a very special type of a neutron star. Now by themselves, neutron stars are already pretty unique and pretty extreme. They're basically these crushed remains of massive stars packing over one solar mass of material in a tiny sphere that's only about 12 kilometers across, essentially making this some of the most dense matter in the universe, which is able to create some ridiculous effects around it, including bending the light very similar to a black hole. But even compared to neutron stars, magnetars are even stranger, because these are really the heavyweights of the magnetic world and the world of extreme matter. And so here we have these neutron stars whose magnetic fields are so intense, usually trillions of times more intense than what we find right here on our own planet, that they start producing a lot of very unusual activity around themselves and can even deform individual atoms orbiting around the magnetar, turning them into these very thin, rod-like shapes. And so in these extreme neutron stars, the magnetic field is at least 1,000 times stronger than in any other neutron star we know, which can result in a lot of additional effects. For example, they seem to have more starquakes. Now, on a normal neutron star, the crust is usually relatively stable, but on a magnetar, the super strong magnetic field twists and drags the crust along with it, creating so much additional stress that the crust just basically cracks and produces extremely powerful starquakes, which, unlike the earthquakes, even result in a colossal release of energy visible from super far away. We actually detect these in soft gamma rays as very specific emissions involving some super intense radiation. As a matter of fact, a major starquake on a magnetar can release more energy than the sun emits in approximately 150,000 years. So these are super powerful events. But even around the magnetar, there's a lot of really bizarre stuff. And that's because when magnetic fields become too powerful, they actually start affecting the empty space around them, or basically the vacuum, through a lot of quantum effects, such as what's known as the vacuum birefringence. And so basically here the vacuum no longer actually acts like vacuum, it sort of starts acting like a prism. And as the light passes through this region, it's polarized and even split into two separate waves, just like in a normal prism made out of glass. And so here even the space itself starts to act differently. And of course, as I mentioned, a lot of the individual atoms and individual molecules end up stretched into very long, needle-like formations, normally following the magnetic lines. And that means that a normal molecular bond, and even any kind of chemistry, basically becomes impossible here. Which means that any matter known to us, so everything around you basically, ceases to exist and becomes impossible, which obviously answers the question of what would happen to a person if they found themselves next to a magnetar. Yeah, their molecules and atoms would basically just get spaghettified almost right away. But now let's briefly discuss this other mystery. So for a very long time, astronomers have been observing supernovae that were just much brighter than they should have been. These so-called superluminous supernovae, which very often were at least 10 times brighter than anything we've seen before. And naturally this was just a little bit puzzling, because not only were they bright, they also even stayed bright much longer than usual, as if they contained some kind of an extra power source that other supernovae did not have. And while in 2010, researchers like Dan Casson and Stan Woosley proposed that maybe these are actually powered by magnetars. And so in this case, by spinning a lot of debris and producing this powerful engine, maybe this is what we're actually seeing and how these extra effects and extra luminosity was being produced. And so the idea here was that as the magnetar spins down, it transfers a lot of rotational energy inside the surrounding cloud, with the gas glowing for months as a result and producing a lot of additional emissions. And though this was a great hypothesis, since this magnetar would be completely hidden from us by all of this gas, it would be very difficult to prove this or to see this directly. And so essentially for just over 15 years now, this remained just a proposition, just a hypothesis. And that's of course until now. And so in this recent study, Joseph Farah and the team you see right here focused on this somewhat recently discovered event known as SN 2024 AFAV, yet another superluminous supernova that happened approximately a billion light years away from us and was detected in 2024. But here this event was also notable because it seemed to contain a kind of a multi-bump, or basically several different chirping light curves, which were now officially confirmed. And which were obviously just a little bit surprising because normally we expect a supernova to brighten and then fade very smoothly. And so here this very bumpy light curve at first kind of didn't make sense. It essentially resembled something like this. And so as the supernova faded, it seemed to display at least 5 unambiguous oscillations in its brightness. And even stranger than this, these bumps didn't happen at regular intervals. They actually seem to be getting faster and faster over time, with the main researcher Joseph Farah comparing this to a chirping bird, where sound basically increases in frequency. And though at first this created a bit of a problem for a lot of modern models, and as always was basically kind of breaking physical models as well, mostly because these models relied on the light curve that should be very smooth, it suddenly all fell into place and was suddenly explainable and actually made a lot of sense once we brought this guy into the equation. Yeah, Albert Einstein. Surprisingly, the Einstein's general theory of relativity explains all of this super well. And that's because once again when the magnetar is created, it does create additional relativistic effects. And some of the exploded material from the supernova, as it falls back into the star, is expected to create an accretion disk, which in this case starts to receive relativistic effects. And so because this object is so dense and so small, and because everything here spins ridiculously fast, possibly 1,000 times per second, this also ends up twisting the fabric of space-time itself, and actually results in the effect referred to as lens-thirring precession, more commonly known as frame dragging. And so here, the twist in space-time makes the tilted disk wobble just like a spinning top. And as it wobbles, it sometimes blocks or reflects the energy that's streaming from inside the magnetar, which basically starts acting like a kind of a cosmic strobe light. And so as it wobbles, we start seeing these bizarre variations. That's essentially what's producing this. But as the disk material gradually falls inward toward the magnetar, the effect starts to accelerate and become stronger, and the disk starts to wobble faster and faster, which is why it seems to be increasing in frequency. So this is what's creating this chirp. And the thing is, this is the first time that the general relativity has been necessary to explain something inside a supernova or to explain emissions from such an event. So basically here, without Einstein, it's practically impossible to explain what's happening. Here's one of the schematics from the study that shows us what we seem to be observing. And all of this has been officially confirmed by several observatories, like the La Cumbres Observatory, that tracked this event for over 200 days and definitively discovered these unusual chirps, which haven't really been seen before. But once you consider that the central engine here seems to be a magnetar, and especially a magnetar spinning 238 times per second, with the magnetic field 300 trillion times stronger than Earth, all of the physics falls into place and everything starts to make sense. And so here we have a direct proof, or a direct connection between magnetars and superluminous supernova, officially proving the proposition from 2010. And since most of these superluminous supernova possibly contain these bumps as well, we now definitely can explain how all of this works, making this one of the most important observations when it comes to certain types of supernova and of course magnetars. But at the same time, based on this study and how all of this was observed, it also obviously gives us a new way to test certain physical theories or to even test the limits of physics. Mostly because here we have a direct observation of general relativity, and something that nobody thought would be possible until it was actually done. And so now we have an entirely new way to test Einsteinian principles and basically have this new lab, a natural lab involving superluminous supernova that can help us understand space, time, gravity in these extreme environments and possibly answer additional questions in regards to the universe itself. But this may also help us understand something else that is still mysterious, the FRBs or fast radio bursts. The very bizarre, super fast emissions only visible in radio light that for the past few years have now been possibly linked to magnetars as well. These are usually only milliseconds in length, but do involve ridiculously powerful energies. And for all we know, maybe just maybe something very similar is causing these events as well. But overall, here we basically have a perfect example how something that potentially looks like a mistake or an error, in this case we're talking about these very strange bumps that some scientists believed might have been just errors in the observations, can physically lead to major discoveries and confirmations of important principles, and basically teach us a little bit more about the universe as a whole. And the thing is, there's obviously only one way to prove all of this. When the next superluminous supernova is found, we expect a lot more of these chirping events, and they should be very clearly visible to telescopes like the now operational Vera Rubin Observatory, which means that in the next few years, all of this could potentially be confirmed and allow us to discover even more mysteries about these super strange objects. But until then, check out previous videos in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM it directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access and a few more things. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
I was laying in bed reading these arguments for birthright citizenship, and I was mauling. Supreme Court appears poised to strike down Trump's executive order that ends birthright citizenship for illegal aliens on the Fourth Amendment. I'm gonna be honest. If the Supreme Court strikes it down, we need a new Supreme Court. The idea that you can have two fucking illegals that come over, have a kid here, and that kid is defaulted into America, she is so fucking retarded. We need to find a way to get her taken off the Supreme Court. This is insane. Listen to this.
On being born in whatever country you're from. That's what everybody recognizes.
Yes.
But you also have local allegiance when you are on the soil of this other sovereign. And
what a stupid bitch. Did the people flying the planes into the Twin Towers on 9/11 have allegiance to America because they were on American soil?
And I was thinking, you know, I, a U.S. citizen, am visiting Japan.
Yeah.
And what it means...
I'm Japanese now. ...is
that, you know, if I steal someone's wallet in Japan, the Japanese authorities can arrest me and prosecute me. It's allegiance, meaning can they control you as a matter
allegiance is control? So, wait a minute. Is Johnny Somali allied with Korea? Is Vitali allied with the Philippines? Is Maduro allied with America now because he's in American jail? How the fuck did she become a Supreme Court justice? We need to have some way, send her back to McDonald's. You need to go and retire. Can we just pay her her salary and you just go home and don't say anything ever again? Remember, she wouldn't define a woman?
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
I can't.
I can also rely on them if my wallet is stolen to, under Japanese law, go and prosecute the person who has stolen it. So there's this relationship based on, even though I'm a temporary...
So a foreign terrorist that comes into the United States to blow up a building, he can rely on us to arrest him, and that means he's allied with the United States. Oh my God.
Temporary traveler. I'm just on vacation in Japan. I'm still locally owing allegiance in that sense, just by virtue of being in the United States.
That's absolutely right, Justice Jackson. And
You gotta do something about this. This is crazy. Why, these people, they're co-opting the largest and most important court inside of America to push a basically radical takeover of the country. It's a bad idea to have a bunch of illegals, an entire industry in China that's built around having kids and maliciously taking advantage of our laws. They're coming over here, spawning kids here, and then taking advantage of our systems. This should be a 9-0 decision. And the only question would be, how retroactive should we make this? That should be the only point of contention at all.
Next news, breaking news.
What do you do when your deepest secrets are about to be exposed to the entire world? Well, if you're Democrat Eric Swalwell, you panic. You lawyer up. And you desperately try to silence the FBI director himself. Well, right now we're learning that Congressman Swalwell is in full meltdown, firing off cease and desist letters to Kash Patel as the FBI prepares to release what sources are calling salacious files about his intimate relationship with a confirmed Chinese spy named Fang Fang, the same man who sat on the House Intelligence Committee with access to America's most classified secrets. And now, the walls are closing in. You see, this is not just another political scandal. This is about your national security. And think about it. A sitting United States congressman who may have been compromised by a Chinese intelligence operative had direct access to the most sensitive classified information our government possesses. The names of our spies overseas, our military capabilities, our vulnerabilities. And Nancy Pelosi knew about the scandal and kept him on that committee anyway. Let that sink in for a moment. While you were working hard, playing by the rules, trusting your government to protect you, the Democrats were protecting a man who was sleeping with a CCP honeypot. Now he wants to be the governor of California, the 5th largest economy in the world. What kind of access would that give Beijing? Your family's safety, your children's future, the very sovereignty of this nation could have been compromised because Democrats put party loyalty above the country. And they almost got away with it. Almost. And speaking of national security threats, it's stories like this that quickly remind us how things can change quickly and how important it is to be prepared for any disruption. When foreign intelligence operations are potentially compromised and political figures are scrambling, you have to wonder what other surprises might be coming our way. If any major disruption happened and you couldn't get to the store, how long would you last with what's in your house right now? I know you're thinking about it. If it's less than a month, you need our friends at My Patriot Supply. They're America's #1 preparedness company with over 3 million satisfied customers who understand that self-reliance is true patriotism. Right now at preparewithgary.com, it's linked below, their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply comes with an additional week for free. You get at least 2,000 calories daily, real meals with real ingredients, no artificial flavors or colors, and a shelf life that's measured in decades. Get your free week of emergency food at preparewithgary.com, because when the next political bombshell drops, you'll want to focus on the news, not worry about your next meal. Now here's where the story gets even more explosive. Swalwell isn't just worried about old news resurfacing. He's terrified because the FBI Director Kash Patel is pushing to release files that reportedly contain details so damaging and so salacious that Swalwell's legal team went nuclear with cease and desist threats. Sources tell ABC News that FBI agents are working through this entire week and the weekend to prepare these documents. So ask yourself, if Swalwell did nothing wrong, why is he trying so desperately to keep the files sealed? We have this. Despite the Chinese spy scandal, Swalwell remained on the House Intelligence Committee thanks to Pelosi and had access to some of the nation's most highly classified information. Breitbart reported that the China puppet Joe Biden was hiding the classified report on Swalwell. Swalwell's classified information, despite the espionage concerns, has stirred the frenzy. Now let's dive deeper into his controversial ties. Eric Swalwell faces renewed attention over his past interactions with a suspected Chinese intelligence operative. The background: Swalwell was previously linked to Chinese spy Christine Fang, otherwise known as Fang Fang. Officials said that she attempted to build influence with local and national politicians. Here he is talking about it.
Bureau said over 10 years ago, all we did was help, but this effort to weaponize the FBI against the president's political enemy at a time that we are at war shows a distraction. It shows an obsession with going after the president's political opponents. And it also shows anyone, anywhere who would ever be asked to help their government, why would you do this if it would be perverted in a way to make you look like you did something wrong?
So as you heard there, Reed, Swalwell denies any wrongdoing in this case, but some of his supporters and other Democrats that we've heard from are expressing some concern about this. Even though the initial investigation did not result in any charges against Swalwell, there are people who are concerned that releasing any kind of potentially damaging information that was part of the investigation, part of the documents that were gathered as part of this investigation, could be damaging to Swalwell, as he is obviously a vocal opponent of President Donald Trump, and he is also running to be governor of California.
Perfect timing, President Trump, thank you. The FBI not slowing down as they prepare to unveil files that could shake Swalwell's political aspirations. Now, we have this from ABC News that FBI agents will be working all week and through the weekend to prepare the Swalwell files for public release. California Governor candidate Eric Swalwell had a relationship with CCP spy Christine Fang Fang.
News is learning that the FBI is getting ready to release old case files that could taint the campaign of one of the leading candidates for California governor.
Yeah, this case involves a decades-old investigation into a suspected Chinese spy ring with ties to Congressman Eric Swalwell.
ABC 7 Eyewitness News political reporter Monica Madden is here now to explain why some people are questioning the timing of this release.
Yes, Kristen and Larry, keep in mind that Congressman Eric Swalwell is a longtime foe of President Donald Trump. So Swalwell says this is why he believes that the case is resurfacing now with his candidacy for California governor front and center.
Congressman Eric Swalwell slamming the Trump administration Monday amid reports the FBI is resurfacing a closed counterintelligence probe into him.
We are here today because of absolute nonsense.
The records relate to a decade-old investigation into a suspected Chinese spy who previously volunteered for Swalwell's 2014 re-election campaign. Swalwell was cleared of wrongdoing, and House Republicans closed an ethics probe in 2023.
This case is closed, but this effort to weaponize the FBI against the president's political enemy at a time that we are at war shows a distraction.
Swalwell did not directly mention the allegations to reporters in San Francisco on Monday, but stressed the political implications.
Trump and Patel are trying to interfere in the California election. That's why they're targeting me. I'm the only name in the race that they know, the only one that they're threatened by.
House Judiciary Democrats coming to his defense, with ranking member Jamie Raskin writing, quote, "This is plain weaponization of the FBI for partisan political purposes."
The irony is that this will probably help him more than hurt him with the voters that matter in the upcoming primary.
A vocal Trump critic, Swalwell is a leading candidate in the California Democratic primary for governor, which ABC 7 News insider Phil Matier says might be advantageous.
For Eric Swalwell, having a Trump attack like this is actually bona fide, that he is a legitimate warrior, that he is really battling, that the Trump administration fears him. It's a one-upsmanship, and that's why he's touting the fact, rather than getting into the details of what might be in the investigation, but saying that the investigation is in fact the story itself.
It's not the first time the Trump administration has gone after the congressman who led Trump's first impeachment, and Matier says it likely won't be the last.
We're going to be entering that second part of the race where we've done the niceties, we've said our policy papers, now it's time to get personal, and that usually means mudslinging.
And sources are telling ABC News that the agents have been working this weekend through the potential release, but there's been no timeline on when these documents might become public. And keep in mind, that move would break DOJ's long-standing tradition of not releasing any records in an investigation if there were no charges pressed. So we'll have to
Release the files! Release the Fang files. Swalwell's desperation is clear as he scrambles to silence critics with cease and desist order, but the relentless push to bring his dealings with the Chinese operative light continue unabated. Swalwell panics, sending Kash Patel cease and desist letter as FBI director pushes to release salacious Fang files related to his relationship with the Chinese spy Fang. Oh, remember this?
Congressman, you referred to Elon Musk as a fascist at some point and alluded to him being a national security threat. Do you see that more of a national security threat, you sleeping with a Chinese spy, than transparency in the federal government? What are your thoughts on that?
He is wasted.
What are your thoughts on that? What's Fang think of that?
What are you doing? This is ridiculous.
So the Golden State Warriors, what's fascistic about exposing government corruption? I mean, I know you're just at dinner now with a bunch of lobbyists. You know, they're buying you a bunch of booze, and that's awfully nice. I know you were talking about, maybe finding somebody else because you only like to fuck people that are tens. I just heard that one too. So what do you think about that? Do you want to comment on any of it? Elon Musk is a national security threat, but you sleeping with a Chinese spy is not. Is that correct? You don't want to comment on that at all? Looks like guilty as charged.
Guilty as charged. Release the files. So I'm going to tell you what this really means. The deep state protected Eric Swalwell for years. The Biden administration buried the classified report. Pelosi ran interference. The mainstream media looked the other way. They created a fortress around this man because he was useful to them. Because he was one of their most vicious attack dogs against President Trump. But that fortress is now crumbling. Kash Patel isn't playing their games. The Trump administration doesn't answer to the swamp. And those files, they're coming out. Every lie, every cover-up, every compromising detail about Fang and her favorite bang congressman. The American people are about to see exactly what the establishment's been hiding, and Swalwell knows it. And that's why he's panicking, because guilty people panic. Now, the question is not whether Eric Swalwell had an inappropriate relationship with a Chinese spy. We already know that. The question is what else is in those files that has him so desperate to keep them sealed? What did he tell her? What did she learn? And why did Democrats protect him for so long? So share this video right now. The mainstream media will try to bury this story just like they buried it before, but don't let them. And since you made it to the end of the video, here's a message that not many people will hear. This was set up just for you. Text raw feed to 844-840-4963. That's how we defeat the algorithm. That's how we get you the notifications that you actually ask for. When YouTube fails you, I will not. So make sure you text raw feed to 844-840-4963. I'm not going to spam you. I'm going to send you notifications probably once a day in the evening. You'll get a nice wrap-up of everything we've done so you can stay informed. And make sure you're still subscribed to the channel. Make sure that notification bell is turned on so you never miss our coverage. Now drop a comment below and tell me, do you think Swalwell should have been removed from the Intelligence Committee the moment the scandal broke? Yes or no? And while you're at it, check out the Next News merch shop below this video. Pick out something you like. I'm sure you'll find something, and wear your patriotism proudly, because the truth is coming for Eric Swalwell, and there's nothing his cease and desist letters can do to stop it. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this.
The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
We're in a major conflict, as everyone knows. We need to replenish our munitions. We're talking now because we do have air superiority. We need to take advantage of that and leverage technology where you're seeing, obviously, we need more precision munitions, missiles, ballistic missiles.
And we need it right away. With weapons stockpile under scrutiny and the Iran war raging and all eyes on America's arsenal of the future. Remember, we're still feeding the Ukraine war. 3D print cruise missiles made in America, right here by Divergent Technologies. Remember that name. Joining us now is the co-founder and CEO of Divergent Technology, Lucas Zinger. Lucas, great to see you. Lucas, how would you describe what Divergent can do on the battlefield?
Absolutely. Divergent is building the 21st century industrial base. So what we are able to do is take requirements for any munition system, turn those into a design input, design that structure, manufacture it using 3D printing, assemble it robotically with full automation, and deliver that munition airframe in a fraction of the time and to a higher capability and at a lower cost. And most importantly, at scale, so that we can make thousands and thousands of units per year.
So you're part of the brand new Arsenal of Freedom. I know Secretary of War Pete Hegseth just toured your facility about a month ago. For example, you have if there's a $2 million missile, for the most part, you could do it for $200,000. And is it because of that 3D technology?
So absolutely, had a great visit with the Secretary, and what he focused on was how we can compress the timeline. So what is the time to get your first unit fielded? We've shown that we can deliver the first test prototype within 2 months or less, sometimes as fast as 2 weeks. We can then take that design with the prime, flight test it, qualify it, and get it into production very rapidly. Once it is in production, our system allows scale to be achieved. So we can make hundreds of munition airframes per 3D printer. And in our facilities, we have tens of 3D printers. So a 100 printer facility could make 25,000 or more of your typical munition airframe. That is the capacity, that is the magazine depth that is required. And our job at Divergent is to make sure that the industrial base is strong enough to support any of the decisions that our U.S. government makes.
I mean, originally, Divergent was going to be a race car company, and all of a sudden you realize there's a gap to be filled and some patriotic work to be done for the Pentagon. What kind of impact have you had already?
Absolutely. We started with a vision, with a thesis for design agnostic manufacturing at low unit cost. That is how you build a resilient factory. You make sure that it can do auto parts or defense parts. You go back to World War II and the model that we had here in the US, we have recycled that, but in a next generation way with next generation tools. We do make the Zinger vehicle automobile. It's the world's fastest hypercar. It's fully American engineered and manufactured. But now our focus, where are we putting our capacity of our factories? Fully towards defense work. We have over 20 active contracts across many of the most meaningful munitions, from low cost all the way to legacy exquisite systems. We're helping across that entire segment to increase volumes and collapse the timeline.
I was struck by one of the stories I read that someone came in and sketched on a whiteboard this type of missile they wanted. And in 70 days, you had it by someone sketching it, because you put it into this 3D printer and you produce it for less money because you've invested into this machine already. Is this going to change the way we fight? We keep hearing about problems with depth when it comes to our stockpiles. Can you do this cheaper, faster, and are you doing it right now with this conflict in Iran?
Absolutely. We are producing cheaper, faster, and better today and at scale. What took us over 12 years and $1 billion of capital is now in the fight, in the mission of the U.S., and we're proud to support it. I will say each one of these printers, again, can achieve a meaningful scale in a fraction of the time and stay product agnostic. So we can go from a sustainment part for a readiness challenge to a long-range strike munition airframe out of the same factory. That genuinely changes the way you think about your industrial base, your readiness, your magazine depth, and then you start thinking about strategic location as well. Right. Where can you place these factories where the factory itself is adding to deterrence and the factory becomes the weapon?
Amazing. I see you have 40 Pentagon contracts, over 100 factories. If we want to get interceptors, we want to get rockets, we want to get cheap drones that are effective, we got to go to places like Divergent. Love what you're doing, Lucas. Congratulations. And on behalf of the country, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. God bless.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Kane podcast for full episodes right now.
What the F is going on? Look, wait a second. You had whistleblowers tell you this kind of thing? Can you please unpack that?
Even some of the briefings that aren't classified just need to be out in the public. I mean, I had someone come and brief me who was in a military uniform, worked for the United States Army, that was briefing me on the locations of hybrid breeding programs where captured aliens were breeding with humans to create some hybrid race that could engage in intergalactic communication. An actual uniformed member of the United States Army briefed me on that.
Non-human biologics, interracial alien mating? What the F is going on? Look, wait a second. You had whistleblowers tell you this kind of thing? Can you please unpack that?
I had a guy who was uniformed. He was a senior enlisted with the United States Army. Came into my office in Crestview, Florida, in a non-classified setting. I had members of my staff there, and what they explained is that the military ran a very secret program where aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of migrants. Now, again, I didn't verify this, but what the whistleblower was telling me is that there were like between 6 and 12 locations around the country where this happened, and what he wanted was a group, members of Congress, to all show up at the same time at all of these different locations so that any of those activities could not be moved. And of course, it's a physical impossibility to get members of Congress to simultaneously show up at like 8 locations at one time. And so that never occurred.
What do you mean non-human biologics? Like this?
Well, that was the testimony of David Grush before the House Oversight Committee, which I joined. And the testimony was that in crashes of craft that had been recovered by the CIA and through a special program that the CIA had for crash recovery, that it wasn't just the hard materials, it was also biologics, but that they couldn't identify a human source of those biologics.
And we begin here at 5 with an Operation Crime and Justice report. King County prosecutors have charged a man with attempted murder after investigators say he tried to push someone onto the light rail tracks. Good evening, I'm Preston Phillips. This happened right in front of an oncoming train, and we've learned the suspect has a criminal past and was committed to Western State Hospital and was eventually released to a less restrictive facility. KOMO's Lynn Ann Nguyen has been digging into this case. She's live tonight outside the King County Jail where he's being held on $750,000 bail. Lynn Ann?
Well, Preston, court records show that suspect has spent years in and out of mental health treatment, and he had a previous assault case dismissed after mental health professionals deemed him incompetent to stand trial. It was a close call for a light rail passenger on March 19th after a man suddenly came up behind him and tried to push him onto the tracks right in front of a train. The victim was able to catch himself before falling, and the suspect ran away. But investigators were able to track his movements through area surveillance cameras, according to court documents. Their investigation leading them to the nearby Cascade Hall, a behavioral health treatment facility where they found Alicia Melendez, who matches the suspect's description. When confronted by investigators about the incident, Melendez reportedly said, "Maybe that was my twin that I don't have." Court records show Melendez was previously charged with assault for stabbing his sister in the stomach in 2019 and also had been arrested for randomly punching a woman at church in 2018. He had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and has a documented history of mental health treatment. By 2021, mental health professionals deemed him not competent to stand trial for the stabbing of his sister. The case was dismissed, and Melendez was instead civilly committed to Western State Hospital.
The reason why prosecutors are forced to dismiss that is because there's no other legal option. You're not going to get it before the court. There's no way to get a conviction.
A spokesperson for the King County Prosecutor's Office tells us by January 2022, DSHS determined Melendez had reached a point in his treatment where he could be released to a less restrictive alternative. The prosecutor's office also shared, even if Melendez was convicted as charged in the 2019 assault case, the maximum penalty was 21 months under state sentencing guidelines.
If he were convicted as charged under the RCWs, the state laws, he would have gotten credit for time served. And so I think there's a lot of frustration. Sometimes people point that at prosecutors, but when you look at the case file, you realize that prosecutors didn't have any other legal option.
And prosecutors do plan to move forward with attempted murder charges in this latest case. Melendez is due back in court next week to enter a plea. Reporting live in downtown Seattle, Lynn Ann Wynn, KOMO News.
And now to the Delta flight forced to make an emergency landing after flames started shooting out of one of the engines. Passengers captured some of the terrifying moments on camera. ABC's Gio Benitez has the details.
This morning, the dramatic and terrifying moments. The left engine of a Delta plane packed with passengers burst into flames shortly after takeoff from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Local authorities are looking into this video. Sparks lighting up the night sky. You can hear some of the more than 280 people on board the Atlanta-bound flight screaming in panic. A loud boom audible throughout the cabin, the result of what the airline this morning is calling a mechanical failure. This video showing another angle, the ascending aircraft losing part of that engine. It goes onto the runway below, igniting a brush fire. The pilots leveling off at 4,500 feet, immediately transitioning to an emergency landing, staying in the air for a total of 10 minutes with essentially only one working engine. Delta telling ABC News there were no injuries and the plane landed safely, adding, "The safety of our customers and crew is our highest priority. We apologize to our customers for this delay in their travels."
All airline pilots do practice the loss of an engine on takeoff. When you look at this scary video of all sorts of flame and so on coming out of the back of the engine, it's hard to realize that this is kind of a routine emergency. Routine, not that it happens all the time, which it doesn't, but that the crew is well trained on what to do and how to bring the airplane back safely and get it on the ground.
Gio Benitez, ABC News, New York.
Now at 11:30, they are tiny and annoying. Residents in the San Gabriel Valley have seen a recent surge in small black flies that cause painful, itchy bites. They're called eye-biting flies because they tend to swarm and bite around the eyes and face.
This sounds horrible. KTLA's Rachel Benetoff is live in Azusa with more on the pesky problem. Rachel, good morning to you. Your face says it all.
Megan, Kirk, they are a total nuisance, and I've just been swatting my face all morning in anticipation. They're teeny tiny flies. They're smaller than a mosquito, but their bites are more painful than a mosquito bite. And as you said, they go for your face, your eyes, your mouth, your neck, your chest. And people in this Azusa neighborhood are concerned about their kids, their pets spending too much time outside because some have actually come home with these really painful welts. So you already have mosquitoes, and now you have these flies that bite just like mosquitoes.
Yes, but at a more rapid rate. There's so many. You step in the grass in the evening and 15 pop out, and you can't water the grass here without getting bit, even with being well covered and sprayed.
These biting black flies thrive and breed in running water like the San Gabriel River. Then they start popping up in nearby foothill communities like Altadena, Azusa, Duarte, Glendora, Monrovia, and Sierra Madre. The San Gabriel Valley Vector Control says last year at this time they were seeing black fly populations in the single digits. But this year they're seeing populations in the hundreds and much earlier than expected.
Not only do we have warm temperatures in our winter and spring season, but we also have higher water levels at the river. And that's because we received some snow later in the winter, followed by very warm weather. So that caused some of that snow to melt a lot sooner and quicker than we are used to.
And different from mosquitoes, black flies do not carry disease. You can't get sick from their bite. It is a good idea to wear repellent with the active ingredient of DEET in it. You can also wear one of those hats with the netting to prevent them from getting in your face. And obviously avoid peak hours, which seem to be around sunrise and in the afternoons. That's the very latest from Azusa. I'm Rachel Menitoff. Kirk, Megan, back to you.
Well, we haven't seen much rain or snow recently in the metro, but there's another reason why a man-made lake in Sarpy County is drying up.
Yeah, neighbors say the mud hole is not a good look. Our Mike McKnight dives into the issue as First Alert 6 investigates.
Inside Porto Recreation Area, signs show the fish that could be caught if the 34-acre lake had a lot more water for them to swim in.
I think it's just sad that the potential is here and it's not being realized, that people aren't able to utilize it.
Kim and Rich Yost live nearby, and when walking onto the observation deck, they don't take any selfies that show the background.
A lot of swampiness to it, more so than lake part of it.
A contributing factor is the lack of steady rain runoff that's supposed to be caught by the flood control project built 5 years ago. Instead of launching a fishing boat, I'm walking down this ramp. And if you're going to tie off on this dock, which does move farther down, it at least gives you an idea of how high the water should be by the design of this lake. The main reason for the low water level is that the lake has a leak. But the Papio Missouri River Natural Resources District General Manager says neighbors shouldn't go off the deep end.
It worked impeccably during the major storms that we've had. So there is no issue with the dam. The dam's inspected yearly, so the dam's not leaking.
Winkler says somewhere out in the reservoir is a sand pocket, so NRD engineers and private consultants have been working hard to pick a good spot where they can cast a geotech locator.
There's something that's draining it and allowing it to seep into the groundwater. In non-technical terms, we're trying to put our foot over the drain and stop that from seeping into the groundwater.
While the Papio NRD manages the lake, Papillion maintains what's around it, like almost 2 miles of trail that Alan Cook uses to walk Miska.
We come here every day, and in the winter, it's almost like you can see that it's going down an inch or two every day.
Though some business buildings and neighborhoods are nearby, none seem to be close enough to distract from a pleasant walk.
The trails are well maintained. The city of Papillion does a nice job with the infrastructure, but it's just that the big commodity, which is the water, is missing.
Until the lake is plugged below and rain comes from above. This recreation area is a portal to a dry dock. Near 120th and Cornhusker, Mike McKnight, First Alert 6.
The Papio Missouri River Natural Resources District has made restoring the lake level a priority, but the cost and timeline of that work is unknown. The general manager hopes Portal Recreation Area will have a full look yet this summer.
Developing now at 4, more than 100 rounds fired at a Tacoma home early Sunday, killing one woman and injuring another. It happened in the 100 block of East 91st around 12:30 a.m. Sunday. Tacoma police are still looking for the shooter or shooters. KOMO's Linan Nguyen is live in Tacoma with the newest information for us this afternoon. Linan?
Mary, at this time, police have not said how many suspects they believe they're looking for, but surveillance cameras from the neighborhood show the chaos as people ran for their lives during that barrage of gunfire.
It sounded like automatic fire, so I'm assuming a Glock with a switch, and then the chaos that ensued after that. The people up and down the street running around.
A party at a home in South Tacoma turns into tragedy after more than 100 rounds were fired at this home on the 100 block of East 91st Street, leaving one woman dead.
It's unfortunate, and it's certainly terrible that it had to be someone as young as that. And thank God, it wasn't more people.
Several neighbors still shaken by the deadly shooting. Many wanted to remain anonymous as police continue to search for the shooter.
Seeing everything that there were around 100 rounds fired, it's just so scary. That could have taken a lot of lives.
Another angle shows vehicles leaving the area and people running away.
We had 2 kids that were hiding around this area. We just asked them, "Are you guys okay?" They say they're okay and told us good night, and they left.
Police say 2 women were hit by the gunfire. One died at the scene while the other was hospitalized and is expected to survive.
And we go to see the lady that was lying on the tarmac there. Yeah, very, very scary.
Bullets also ended up in neighbors' homes and damaging nearby property. Police have not shared any more details on what led up to the shooting or any descriptions of the suspect.
It scares me a lot. I don't know what I should think about bringing my kids around this area. I mean, there have never been an incident around this area, but it was mind-blowing.
And police tell us the people at the party ranged from teens to adults. Again, they have not said what led up to that shooting. Reporting live in Tacoma, Leanne Wynn, Como News.
Next news, breaking news.
What if I told you the woman who spent years trying to destroy Donald Trump just got hit with her own criminal referral? That's right, folks. New York Attorney General Letitia James, the radical leftist who weaponized her office to persecute our 47th president, is now staring down the barrel of federal prosecution. And President Trump just posted from Air Force One that Big Tish has been referred to the Department of Justice for home insurance fraud. And here's the kicker. They sent one referral to Florida, where corrupt Democrat judges can't protect her. Is this the moment the tables finally turn? See, this isn't just about one corrupt attorney general getting caught. This is about you, the American people, finally seeing equal justice under the law. For years, you watched as Letitia James ran on a campaign promise to get Trump. Not to uphold the law, not to protect New Yorkers, to get one man. She dragged his family through the courts, attacked his businesses, tried to bankrupt him into submission, and now we're learning she allegedly committed mortgage fraud going back 25 years. She allegedly falsified records to get favorable loan terms. That's right, the same woman who lectures us about integrity may have been lying on official documents since 1983. So think about what this means for your community. If attorneys general can break the law while prosecuting others, nobody's safe. Your business, your property, your rights mean nothing if the people enforcing the laws are the biggest criminals. This is why President Trump's administration is fighting back. This is why Bill Plute at the Federal Housing Finance Agency did his homework and filed the referrals. The deep state's being exposed one corrupt official at a time. And speaking of corruption in high places, when our institutions can't be trusted, it's more important than ever, take care of your own family's basic needs. If our supply chains got disrupted tomorrow and you couldn't get to the store, how long would you last with what's in your house right now? If it's less than a month, you need to check out our friends at My Patriot Supply. They're America's #1 preparedness company with over 3 million satisfied customers who don't want to depend on a broken system. Right now, when you go to preparewithgary.com, you'll find a link below. Their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply comes with an additional week of food for free. You're getting at least 2,000 calories a day with real meals made from real ingredients, no artificial flavors or colors, and a shelf life that's measured in decades. So get your free week of emergency food today at preparewithgary.com, because when you can't trust the people in charge, at least you can trust that your family will be fed. Now, here's what makes this story even more explosive. The Department of Justice has already confirmed they received the criminal referral. It's not some rumor that's floating around social media. This is official, and Letitia James' office, they're already in damage control mode, claiming she won't be intimidated by bullies. But here's the thing. When you allegedly commit fraud for 25 years, accountability isn't bullying, it's called justice. Attorney General Pam Bondi is now set to investigate the full scope of this alleged decades-long scheme. So let's see what the Patriots are saying about this cold century, how this POS is still in the street. Criminal referrals have been filed with the Department of Justice seeking charges against New York Attorney General Letitia James related to housing fraud allegations. Late-breaking news, Tish hit with new referral for criminal prosecution. Now we're going to go and see what the Trump FHFA director, Bill Plute, has just issued 2 new criminal referrals against the New York Attorney General for home insurance fraud. One referral is in Florida, as opposed to a deep blue jurisdiction filled with corrupt Democrats. Do you support Letitia James getting disbarred? I think so. So the referrals have hit new ground, but the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi is now stepping in to investigate the decade-spanning fraud history. In a jaw-dropping turn of events, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi is set to investigate a staggering 25-year history of mortgage fraud. Listen.
James tried to prosecute the now President Trump in his second term. I just want to read a couple things. Criminal referral, then a response from James's office here in New York. James, for both properties listed above, this deals with real estate now, going back decades, really, appears to have falsified records in order to meet certain lending requirements and receive favorable loan terms, all right? Her office responded by saying the AG James is focused every single day on protecting New Yorkers. Specialist administration weaponizes the federal government against the rule of law and the Constitution. She will not be intimidated by bullies, no matter who they are. The issue here is what property she owned and whether or not she owned it, whether or not she was married, and whether or not her father was involved in all this. Without going into the weeds of the details, this stems from a case in 1983 and the year 2000. That's a minimum of 25 years. Someone had to do some digging to find this. Am I right about that?
Yeah. Bill, the most I know about the case, I just learned from you. I saw it on breaking news this morning. This case was sent to us from Bill Pulte. We have not seen it. I inquired right before I walked out here. No one in my office has read it yet. We haven't looked at it. Of course, we'll be reviewing it. You just told me more than I've heard about it so far.
Hey, we aim to please with some breaking news of our own. Indeed. All right. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Wow. It's so fresh, even Bondi doesn't know. President Trump also weighing in on Air Force One, bringing new pressure to New York's top law enforcer. President Trump aboard Air Force One posts on Truth Social that New York Attorney General Letitia James has been referred for a criminal prosecution for the DOJ for home insurance fraud.
Right, breaking tonight, we are learning that Bill Pulte, the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, is now has a letter to the DOJ referring New York Attorney General Letitia James for a criminal referral over her insurance fraud. Now, the DOJ has confirmed they received that referral. We did reach out to Letitia James in her office for comment. We have yet to hear back. Here with all the details. He is the founder, editor-in-chief, chief investigative reporter, justthenews.com. John Solomon is here with the very latest. This is a blockbuster based on what I've seen with these documents.
Yeah, the documents are very clear. The evidence is very strong. Some of it is court records. So Bill Pulte did his homework. New York's top cop is in a world of trouble. This is a very serious legal referral. If you remember last year, there was a referral made for mortgage fraud. It led to an indictment, but then the indictment got thrown out by a judge on the grounds that the U.S. attorney wasn't lawfully appointed there. That will not be the case where these 2 referrals are being sent. They're being sent to Chicago, where Allstate Insurance is located, in Florida, where a second insurance company where Letitia James took out her homeowner's insurance was based. Both have sitting U.S. attorneys. Both have juries with a long history of sending politicians to prison when they believe they've engaged in corrupt acts. And both are getting referrals that have very specific information that Letitia James filled out insurance applications for her home in Virginia, claiming that it would not be occupied for 5 months of a year. That probably got her a better rate. In fact, the house was occupied around a year by a niece and a family member. And so the evidence is strong. The jurisdictions have a long history of convicting politicians if they think that they've done something corrupt. And both of the U.S. attorneys are confirmed by the Senate. So that's a big deal. By the way, the one in Florida is going to the same U.S. attorney that's doing the grand conspiracy case looking at weaponization, Jason Canones. That's another big thing. A lot of resources down in that office.
Oh, this is music to my ears, and I'm sure music to President Donald J. Trump's ears. That's why he posted it while he was on Air Force One to Truth Social. Big Tish busted. Criminal referral rocks the New York Attorney General. Now, here's what the establishment media does not want you to understand. This is the system correcting itself. For too long, radical leftist prosecutors like Letitia James operated with total immunity. They could weaponize their offices against political opponents while allegedly committing crimes themselves. Well, those days are over. President Trump promised to drain the swamp and hold corrupt officials accountable. Bill Plute did the digging. He found the court records. He found the evidence. And now Big Tish is facing what she tried to do to others. Prosecution. The referral to Florida is genius. No corrupt New York judge can throw this out on a technicality. This is strategic accountability. This is the Trump administration playing chess while the Democrats play checkers. The hunter has officially become the hunted. Now, I'm going to be crystal clear with you right now about what you just witnessed. The woman who built her entire career on persecuting Donald Trump is now facing potential criminal prosecution for decades of alleged fraud. This is called accountability. It's justice. This is what happens when you have a president who actually fights back against the corrupt establishment. Now, I want to hear from you in the comments. Do you believe Letitia James should be disbarred and prosecuted if these fraud allegations are proven true? Yes or no? Drop your answer below, and let's get this conversation going. And since you made it to the end of the video, here's a message that not many people will see, but you will because you're still here. Text raw feed to 844-840-4963. That is our secret number and our secret code word so that you can receive an unbroken chain of communication directly from me to your phone. When the algorithm fails to surface our videos and when notifications never arrive from YouTube, you will get the notifications directly from me. So you definitely want to text raw feed to 844-840-4963. And share this video with everybody you know, every patriot. Because the mainstream media will bury the story. They don't want Americans to see corrupt Democrats finally facing consequences. If you want to show your support for real journalism, check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Hit the subscribe button, ring the notification bell, and stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
An unlikely but heartwarming reunion. A San Francisco animal care and control officer says everything had to work just perfectly for a rescue of a dog earlier this month.
KTVU's Christian Captain spoke with the officer who shared his joy at being able to rescue the pup.
Just about everyone knows that dogs love the beach, but about a week and a half ago, a runner on the beach heard a dog in distress, muffled barking from these rocks on Ocean Beach.
He started looking all the crevices and he saw the dog looking right up to him.
Carlos Ortega is an animal control officer in San Francisco and says he got the call about the buried dog from dispatch. Once he got to the beach, the first obstacle was simply finding her buried under tons of stone. Ortega was finally able to pinpoint her location with the help of a photo sent by the runner.
I just started looking in every crevice in that general area. And about another 15 minutes later, the dog looking right up at me. Wasn't making a sound. I would have never found her if I wasn't looking in every single crevice.
The next challenge was just as daunting as finding her. The dog had somehow gotten herself into a tiny hole. At first, Ortega tried to use a stick to lever the boulder off. But in the end, with the tide coming in and time running short, he resorted to brute strength.
I just used my hands, I bent down, and I was able to lift it just enough to where I can push it off and push it down the cliff, and there she was going, but still terrified, not moving. And I just slowly picked her up. I just wanted to make sure that her back legs were functioning, that she wasn't injured anywhere, and I just gently put her on the rocks, and she stood up, and the first thing she did was came up and gave me a lick. Yeah, she gave me a nice big kiss on the beard.
We made it!
Ortega says Gwen, the Springer Spaniel, was scared but unharmed, and that once he was able to get her back to the truck, he was able to scan her microchip and reunite her with her family, who'd been searching for her after she disappeared on the beach that morning. Ortega says this rescue, reuniting Gwen with her family, is a moment he savors.
The look on his face when he saw Gwen before he knew anything was priceless to me. And when I actually told him where Gwen was at and showed him the pictures, he was just beyond himself.
Ortega says part of the reason this story has the happy ending that it does is because Gwen was microchipped and her microchip information was up to date. He says that is critically important. He also says it's important for pet owners to make sure that their pets have collars on, and he recommends putting an air tag or some other kind of locator on that collar for cases just like this. In San Francisco, Christian Cafton, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
How's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Tuesday night. It is the Earthmaster out here, 10:05 p.m. local time here in Oklahoma, the last day of March 2026. Latest activity here on the earthquake map here does show a 4.4 across the China area. I was just looking at the Cascadia slow slip event map this evening, and we are elevated once again here underneath Northern California with 163 epicenters of slow slip events there. Nothing big going on yet, but that's further adding stress and strain across the southern area here of the Cascadia. A couple earthquakes here this morning and this afternoon as well. This one 5 miles deep up towards the locked area of the Cascadia subduction zone, and also one early this morning for a 2.7. So strain is on there across the southern end. No big earthquake activity to report there for now. Same for the Washington area, fairly quiet. Let's see the Bay Area. See what we got across the San Francisco region. Pretty quiet looking. Maybe one earthquake there in the last hour. Around the San Ramon area, a little 1.4. For Southern California, let's see if we've got anything stirring up down here today. Looks pretty quiet. Not a whole lot going on. Mostly smaller microquake activity out here today. Up in Nevada, there's a couple earthquakes up in Valmy, 3.8 this morning, 2.1 and also 2.6. So this is starting to stir back up here in terms of earthquake activity. Really no main quake in that sequence of events up there, but it's been pretty active there as far as earthquake activity goes over the last couple months. Yellowstone National Park, one recorded earthquake this evening, it looks like, little 0.8. Let's see where that's at. That's kind of over around the Yellowstone area, or Yellowstone Lake area. I see it right here. That looks like that's a little earthquake. Aside from that, some wind events there stirring up in Yellowstone. And that does show up on the seismograph stations. Texas, have oil fields out there, even an earthquake outside of, well, it's in Oklahoma there, little city or little town, 2.2. A lot of storms out here today. Ran into quite a bit of lightning and some hail. No tornadoes, but tomorrow should be an interesting day. We'll have to watch that. There's that earthquake swarm. This is getting a little more concerning because now we have two areas of earthquake swarming out here. Earlier this morning, we were looking at this cluster over here. Now that has renewed back. Well, not renewed, but there's a new area over there across the western side here. I do think something bigger is brewing. You got a couple different trench zones. You got the Mariota's Trough down south here, Puerto Rico Trench up north, maybe some areas out over here as well. Got to watch that because this region can produce some big earthquakes, and that's an interesting amount of earthquake activity, I would say. Almost 40 earthquakes there of various magnitudes, including it looks like another 4.9 there this afternoon. There was a 5-pointer in the other cluster back over here this morning. So this is spread out over a significant area. Let's see, roughly about, I'd say almost 100 miles or so. Looking at this legend, a little interesting activity. Could be seeing some larger movement out here soon. Puerto Rico Trench is capable of producing from what I read there, a mega quake. After reading some information there over the years, so we'll just watch that. It's a little little odd there to see two distinct swarms going on there around the Puerto Rico Trench. All right, the rest of the world here, Alaska, still got quite a bit of activity stirring up here. Nothing going on across the Kuril-Kamchatka for now. That's the subduction zone here. A couple earthquakes in the Japan region. The latest shows a 4.9, 39 miles deep here to the southern end of the Japan Trench. Aside from that, got quite a bit of activity through the Indonesia area down into the Kermadec Trench, where a 5.7 earthquake came in this afternoon. It does look like the latest quake, though, is some fairly deep activity bouncing back and forth here between the Fiji area and up around Vanuatu. Got some deep activity stirring up, so I do think this is where we'll see some larger activity. Now I know we've seen a decent 7-pointer up here recently, but I'm thinking something bigger, considering the way things are really ramping up with the deep earthquakes in this area. So watch that region closely. Nothing major going on there across the New Zealand area for now. Across the big island of Hawaii, mostly smaller microquake activity out there today, but we'll go double check here and see what we got going on for the Kilauea volcano website. I am still away from the home base. I'll be back in a couple days or so, just out here getting some R&R and some storm observations going in here in Oklahoma right now. Deformation data there across Kilauea volcano shows us going up, up, and up, but not quite there yet. Got quite a few days here before we'll match the previous level of inflation there with episode, 43? I think this next one coming up here is episode 44. If I recall, that is the right number. I believe it's episode 44, but it's forbidden. Why am I forbidden? What's going on there? All I did was click on the volcano messages. Lost Bison, the forbidden error. So I am not allowed to access this page, which could be related to permission issues. Well, how do I get permission from the USGS, which is a public agency, to access the data? That's a little odd. All right, that's weird. All right, what else we got here across the area? A little bit of clustering going on up here north into China, as I mentioned, but really nothing big. Do want to keep an eye there around the Caribbean plate. That's around the Puerto Rico Trench area. Okay, now far as the aurora activity goes, I was just looking at the high-speed solar wind stream, and I don't see any sign of that CME that was supposed to smack into the planet tonight. I'm thinking it may have missed us. If I remember right, I mentioned it here a couple videos back when that CME popped there from the X-flare. You can still see it on this X-ray chart, that it's probably either going to be a good hit or it's going to miss us completely. No in between. I'm thinking maybe it missed us because I don't see any sign of the aurora stirring up on the aurora forecast nor the high-speed solar wind stream data up here. Everything looks pretty calm. No sign of density increase. Everything's stable there in the interplanetary magnetic field. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that, see if it comes in late. What is going on here? Anybody else having some issues? Now Solar Ham has a bunch of numbers up here. Missing data. And that's from the Space Weather Prediction Center. Hold on a second here. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, look at that. What is going on here? All right, some interesting stuff there. Let's go back to the space weather site here, Solar Ham. As far as flaring activity goes, pretty quiet down there into the B flare category for the most part. Just now seeing a little bit of C flare activity. That's coming off of, hard to say, might be this area back here. That's a region that did produce the X flare activity recently. Let's take a quick glance at the magnetogram images of the sun, which shows us a couple different sunspots, but I guess the only one of concern right now is going to be this area down here. turning into a more Earth-directed view. So anything that does pop off from here will be geo-effective should it get active here. Right now, the flare threat is at a 55% chance there for M flare, X flare at 20% chance. That's quite elevated. I'm not for sure why either. That's pretty significant. That's really elevated. Little odd. See probability details for X flare activity. Yeah, it's 4405 here. They're showing 15% chance. And 4405 is the sunspot area down here. The source of a recent X flare, but it's not, man, it's just not sizzling like I look, like when I normally look for very active sunspot areas. But we'll continue to watch it. Definitely got some interesting core development back over here. Just need a little bit more here within the center portion. We'll be popping off X flares like crazy. All right, as far as severe weather goes, day 2, this is going to be for tomorrow. Significant, a little bit more significant tornado threat here in Oklahoma tomorrow. So I'll be covering that. There's a hatched area as well, extending all the way up into Kansas, all the way down into right around the heart of Texas. Right around Brady, Texas, it looks like down here. So that's a tornado threat here for tomorrow. On Wednesday, big time wind threat as well in the red, and big time hail. So all severe weather modes are on the table for tomorrow. Just be cautious out there. Day 3, we'll cover that as we get a little bit closer. This is for the Thursday time period. I think it'll be a little bit quieter out here for Thursday, but then on Friday, they're already issuing a 15% chance there for some severe weather, as you've seen on the day 4 forecast. So here we go. Severe weather season, right? All right, folks. I think I'm going to call it a night. I'm tired. There's another earthquake over here. Izu Trench that just came in. This one's pretty deep. 309 miles for that 4-pointer. We'll just keep an eye on things, folks. Have a good night. We'll see you guys out here in the morning for the Wednesday morning update after some much needed sleep. Take care.
Islamist propagandists are everywhere these days. In fact, Hassan Piker was recently called out by CNN, we're going to talk about that right now, for being a jihadi mouthpiece. It's pretty insane. But first, I have to give you some context. So, you had these tweets. This has like 4 million views. The Israelis opened the sewage dam under the Wadi Gaza stream, polluting the coast and the entire Mediterranean Sea to starve the Gazan people. It's so weird. I thought they were already starved, but apparently they weren't. It's almost like the starvation never happened. And community note, there is no sewage dam. This literally didn't happen. Of course, Al Jazeera published this. Al Jazeera and AFP both published it, and they retracted the stories because there is no such dam, actually. It's literally all lies. Pretty sad stuff. Now, one thing that is real, not a lie, is that there was recently a law passed in Israel that has pissed off a lot of terrorist lovers. All right? New law. Palestinians who kill Israelis get death penalty after parliament approves ultimate punishment. This title is not super accurate, to be clear, because this is not actually a law that's targeted at Palestinians. Yes, it will apply to Palestinians a lot, but that's because most terrorism in the region comes from Palestinians. Have you ever wondered why Egypt doesn't want to take any Palestinians from Gaza? Neither does Jordan, neither does Lebanon. All right, they're all neighbors. Why don't they do anything about it? Well, it's because when Palestinians were in Jordan, they started a civil war, and when Palestinians were in Lebanon, they started a civil war. When Palestinians tried to enter Egypt, Egypt gas bombed them, literally. They flooded their tunnels with gas, forcing them out. The actual law is a terrorism law, that anyone that commits an act of terrorism and kills someone, murders someone through their act of terrorism gets the death penalty. It's a pretty reasonable thing, honestly. In fact, I would argue that it's fucking based as shit. You know, God thought it was a pretty good idea, which is why he put it in the Bible a whole lot of times. If someone takes a man's life, then his life should be taken in return. He literally says that in every single one of the 5 books of Moses. Repeats it multiple times because it's pretty important. You got to kill people if they're murderers. Anyone that's against this law literally wants Palestinian terrorists to keep killing people. And wow, we got to meet your fighters, right? So the UN, human rights, all right, as we've already established, the UN is corrupt as fuck. They literally sponsor Hezbollah, allegedly. As I've proven in my previous video, they opened up a Hezbollah warehouse and they had UN shit. Israel must immediately repeal the discriminatory death penalty law passed today by the Knesset as it contravenes Israel's obligations under international law. Like what? You're not allowed to execute terrorists that murder people? The United Nations opposes the death penalty under all circumstances. I don't give a fuck what the United Nations opposes. Are you aware that now, today, Israel becomes the first country in the entire Middle East to adopt the death penalty? Well, except for Iran and Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Egypt and Syria and Jordan, Kuwait and United Arab Emirates and Qatar and Yemen and Bahrain and Oman. Aside from all those, Israel's the only one that has the death penalty. Like, this is such an obvious sham. Every Muslim country has the death penalty. In fact, they don't only kill people when they commit acts of terror that results in murder. They kill people if, like, their hair is uncovered in public or whatever, right? They'll kill people if they draw a cartoon of Mohammed, they'll execute the guy. Like, literally, what is this? Or this is such a joke. The implementation of new law violates international law's prohibition of cruel, inhumane, and degrading. It's the death penalty for murderers. Literally for murderous terrorists. All right, so huge UN, obviously super unhappy about this because they're biased fuckwads. Now... the law is about executing terrorists who killed somebody. Like, this is like, what are we even talking about here, bro? Like, there are a lot of countries with the death penalty. All right, this is Ademir. This is an actual terrorist organization. Palestinian prisoner organizations publish fact sheet on proposed prisoners' execution law ahead of expected shooting and third readings on Monday. Oh my God, this is so bad. Stop the execution law. Too late, actually. We're killing terrorists. Killing terrorists is awesome. I don't know if you were aware. Killing terrorists is based as fuck, actually. Especially if they're killers. If there's a Jewish terrorist that kills people, he's also going to get the death penalty under this law. This is not a law that specifically targets Palestinians. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, where there was just a Hezbollah terrorist attack that blew up a synagogue. You're ready to hear what she has to say. The Israeli government is about to pass a law, actually it already passed, mandating the death penalty only for Palestinian prisoners. This is a lie. It's literally for terrorists that kill people. Mass executions by hanging, solely on racial lines. Well, solely on racial lines? What are we even talking about? It's for terrorists that kill people. This is apartheid. It's literally for any terrorist that kills people. It's the next step in the genocide of Palestinians. Bro, if they've been trying to genocide the Palestinians, there would not be any Palestinians anymore. What are we fucking doing? Already systematically tortured in Israeli prisons. This is like unbelievable levels of propaganda. And also, you're a fucking congresswoman from Michigan. What are you doing? If it's an Israeli terrorist that murders people, he would get the death penalty. If it's an Egyptian terrorist that murders people, he would get the death penalty. It's not only Palestinians. Palestinians happen to have a terrorism issue, though. But that's the quiet part that she doesn't want to say out loud. She's saying, oh my God, it's only going to apply to Palestinians. I guess they're more terrorists or something? What's the lesson here? All right, so this is Mehdi Hassan Itamar Ben-Gvir. He's the far-right guy in Israel. Israel's Minister of National Security celebrates Israel's newest law, death penalty applied to Palestinians exclusively. They're just all lying. This is not even true. Israel's parliament appointed a death penalty measure to execute Palestinians. Well, I mean, I guess if they're the terrorists, it's one of the most extreme laws in the nation's history. Now, I'll tell you why this is actually a really great law. Not only is it biblical and moral to kill terrorists that have murdered people, but also there's a fundamental issue with warfare against terrorists, and I'll explain it to you. Terrorists capture hostages and then trade them for terrorists. For people that aren't aware, when Hamas captures an Israeli and then tries to do a prisoner swap for the Israeli, Israel ends up releasing like 1,000 convicted terrorists as a swap for like one Israeli civilian. Now, the neat part is, what if there weren't those 1,000 terrorists anymore? What if they were dead? Well, that changes negotiations quite a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, killing terrorists that murder people is actually based, honestly. And I'm really tired of making believe that it isn't. Hassan Piker freaking out. So Jake Tapper from CNN literally just obliterated Hassan Piker on the timeline. He released an entire part about Hassan Piker. We're going to look at it in a minute. He is the CNN main anchor guy. So Hassan says, on the day Israel signed a death penalty law for Palestinian detainees. Literally for terrorists that murder people. This is unbelievable. They're all doing the same, like, Islamist shtick, where they just repeat the lie enough times until enough people believe it. Jake Tapper is currently doing a panel on CNN on my anti-Semitism. Absolutely insane. Wah! I'm not gonna lie, my guy. If you are calling this a death penalty law for Palestinian detainees, you're probably a terrorist. It's literally for terrorists that murder people. And yes, they should fucking die. God, we're living in like an entire world of gigantic vaginas all around us. Giant pussies trying to pussify their way through life. But maybe Hassan Piker is just very anti-imperialism. Maybe he just doesn't like imperialism and he views Israel as an imperial movement. Maybe that's his thing. Anyway, so this is a tweet. Taiwan's main opposition, KMT, said Monday this chairwoman, Chang Li-won, has accepted an invitation from Chinese Parliament Xi Jinping, Communist Party, to a delegation to China. Basically, Taiwan and China are having a meeting. Hassan retweets it with the most diabolical fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. The U.S. doesn't want peaceful reunification, but they're too busy right now. Basically, he's saying that the U.S. is the bad guy, not letting China conquer Taiwan. Hassan, you are not an anti-imperialist. You just support the other fucking empire. He gets community noted. 2025 National University polls show 63% of Taiwanese identify solely as Taiwanese, not Chinese. And only 2% want unification. Hassan wants to follow what 2% of the population wants and let China conquer Taiwan. He is pro-empire. He's just pro-communist empire. Surely the fact that Taiwan overwhelmingly opposes unification should factor in here. It doesn't, actually. He doesn't give a fuck. Hey, quick question. Have you considered that the Taiwanese people want agency and self-determination? No, he doesn't care. Or is viewing non-Americans as human beings as something you're just incapable of. No, he actually doesn't view Americans as human beings either. He's actually just evil. All right, so, but this is a consistent Hassan talking point. If you're Asian, let's say, if you're Asian and you don't follow the actual Hassan doctrine, he fucking hates you.
Because as Vietnamese refugee, we have endured suffering under the communist regime.
She's like, I'm a Vietnamese refugee. I suffered under communism. Get ready for the Hassan response.
And we believe that...
Okay, fuck you, dude. I mean, seriously, fuck you, old lady. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking idiotic old lady with your stupid fucking gamer headset. Who has fucked you harder, America or fucking Ho Chi Minh? Suck my dick, old lady. God,
yeah, you were tortured by communism. Well, America's worse. Fuck you.
Damn, dude. Yo, fuck this refugee, okay? Seriously, fuck this.
This is your based open borders leftist, by the way.
South Vietnamese, motherfucking whatever, like Christian supremacist, psychotic fucking refugee living in America now and able to talk that shit. Why don't you go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions, if that's your perspective?
Because communism fucking sucks, actually. He's just pretty consistent about it, though.
Horrible? Your recent report on Asia and Asian-related news has been horrible? Wait, you think I'm anti-Asian politics because I think the Supreme Court decision... Wait, what are the things that I did that were anti-Asian? Is it Shine? Is it because I said the Sheen factory conditions are actually not in the way that they're representing it when they do that dumbass PR marketing? Is that what you're saying? Dude, I'm sorry. There is nothing more annoying to me than fucking first generation, second generation, third generation Asian motherfuckers who are dogs to white people. You are literally barking for white people. Shut the fuck up. They do not give a fuck about you, dumbass.
If you're Chinese and you don't like communism, you are a dog to white people. Classic Hassan Piker. Very lovely liberal guy. Man, I feel like I've straight up ruined this man's career on the internet. I'm not gonna lie. So Jake Tapper from CNN actually did an entire panel, and he uses some of my talking points. Some of the talking points from my videos shitting on Hassan. So I'm more than happy. Look, I fucking hate CNN. So watching retards eat each other is very entertaining.
Our politics lead now. Now, Hassan Piker might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a
If your kid is a terrorist, he probably watches Hassan Piker.
midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason.
Yeah,
Hassan,
terrorist supporter.
Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted comments like this one.
Oh my God, they're leftoid civil war every day, and here I am to reap the bounty.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. We totally put it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon.
I love how Hassan Piker is literally inbred, admitted by his uncle, and he's calling Jews inbred. I think it's awesome.
Again, very funny.
It's
very funny watching inbred dudes get killed by terrorists, according to Hassan. Inbred Jews killed by terrorists? The dream.
Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling
True. That's right. A terrorist organization. Why aren't we taking this more seriously?
them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others.
He actually doubled down on the 9/11 comments, Jake Tapper. You should continue watching Nux and Or videos. When I'm not shitting on you, I'm shitting on Hassan Piker.
Others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the...
And he's a leftist, so he actually cares if you call him a racist. Unlike me, I've developed superpowers. If you call me a racist, my response is, and?
The fringe where he belongs, unquote. Hassan Piker just recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive three-way
That's right. They're never going to say what I'm about to say. Get ready.
Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three
Abdul Al-Sayed
candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for two rallies in...
You mean to tell me that a radical Islam terrorist supporter, Hassan Piker, is siding with Abdul Al-Sayed? I wonder what his politics are.
April, his opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with.
Unless you support terrorism, which Abdul Al-Sayed obviously does. I mean, why else would he canvass with Piker? I mean, let's be honest. He's only collabing with this guy because he also supports dog shocking and terrorism. Right? I mean, why else would you collab with a guy that supports terrorism openly if you don't support terrorism? What's his name again? Abdul Al-Sayed? Sounds like a straight white Christian male to me.
At a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Ardoni O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
All right, here we go.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win.
He does actually want fascism. He just wants left-wing fascism. Right? He would be more than happy if we became a Chinese dictatorship. Exists in China or in Cuba. He would definitely support fascism. He just wants fascism from the other side.
In this country, we can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that...
Yeah, Hassan wants a violent revolution.
My worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note it.
I mean, that's weird because his goal seems like complete and utter capitulation to radical communism.
I misspoke.
And infinite third world migration.
It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified October 7th and on and on and on.
Yep, true.
What does his influence...
He loves Hezbollah. He loves the Houthis. Shocks his dog. Allegedly raped a 15-year-old in Germany.
Influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today?
Diddy parties.
Is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think it's despite those comments a little.
Nah, El Bozo. Bro doesn't understand that the left is actually becoming a terrorist organization in real time. I think this is crazy cope. If he doesn't realize that the left is crazy violent, I mean, this is CNN, what do I expect? But the left is a violent, in my opinion, domestic terror organization right now.
A little bit. I mean, back to your first question, what it says about the party. I think Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling.
And he wants the terrorist vote. It's actually that simple.
And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives.
Look, he's running for Senate in Michigan, right? He wants all the Dearborn, Michigan guys that support the guy that blew up a synagogue. He wants those votes. And they'll definitely support him if he collabs with the guy that supports Hamas.
After the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men.
El Bozo. It's just such a bad take. Right? You think Hassan Piker is the way to connect with young men? This is insane. It's the way to connect with radical terrorists. All right, terrorists, people that want violence and revolution. Those are the people that you'll connect to with Hassan Piker. All right, and these leftoids, like the boomer leftoids on CNN, they're either blind to it or they're just retarded.
Go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space.
He's not in the manosphere or in the podcast space.
It just so happens that Hassan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul Sayed's views on
Yeah, like he's pro-terrorism.
healthcare, on taxing the rich.
And healthcare, on taxing the rich. So the people, the Americans that work hard and make a living, their money should be funding the third world immigrants that they bring in. What a fantastic system to overthrow our country.
Billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul al-Sayed to have him.
No, it's not. It's not a risk at all for Abdul al-Sayed. Are you crazy?
Come into the States, an obvious risk.
Please, all the people that vote for Abdul al-Sayed, they'll vote for him even if he, collabs with Hassan.
Yes, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary, and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and
he's saying the quiet part, still quiet. The Arab and Muslim voters would vote for a guy that supports Hamas. Because actually, the reality is, Muslims are violent people because their religion calls for violence. Inherently, their culture is more violent than ours. Not all Muslims, obviously. But their religion calls for violence. So all the religious Muslims tend to be more violent, statistically. I probably get banned on YouTube the moment a Democrat comes into power in the White House. Not even exaggerating. But this is just an objective fact. There have been 67,000 Islamic terror attacks since 9/11. The top 20 biggest terrorist organizations in the world are all Islamic. The biggest colonial religion in human history is Islam. They openly chant death to America in Dearborn, Michigan. They will have no issues if Hassan Piker is there.
Democrats have been suffering there, and I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hassan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's -9%. He's underwater with fades. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble?
Wow.
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, "We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side." Donny O'Sullivan, Piker.
Dude, I hate that they call him a Jew hater. Call him a terrorist supporter. Like, a Jew hater is, like, so watered down. Like, what are we being serious? This is like being like, he's a guy that crosses the street when he sees a group of rowdy black teenagers. like, no. Call him, like, pro-KKK if you're gonna go there. Right? This guy actually supports terrorism.
On to critics who call him anti-Semitic. He quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, for whatever that means.
Oh, I'll explain to you what it means. That's what the Nazis called Jews. That's what the Nazis called Jews during the Holocaust. Pig dogs.
Here is Piker.
Don't worry, I'll help you. I know the Jew slurs. Don't worry.
First response.
I got you.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism.
Neo-Nazis didn't swat you because you advocate against anti-Semitism. Neo-Nazis swatted you because neo-Nazis ultimately don't want your ass in our country. You know, because you're a terrorist supporter.
I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians.
Holy shit, they're all dead? Oh, no, never mind. False alarm. Almost none of them are dead. Hold up. No, false alarm, guys. False alarm! False alarm! Turns out the population in Gaza is higher now than it was before the so-called genocide. So, false alarm. Phew! I thought they were all dead for a second.
In the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
That's right. We're all genociders.
Jonah, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. these are the tropes they use, and then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub-Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, you know, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways when really his impact is just as harmful as any out-and-out anti-Semite. Just
so much worse. I hate watching leftists dance around this. Hassan Piker and his version of anti-Semitism is infinitely worse than like a Nick Fuentes version of anti-Semitism. Nick Fuentes will say that the Jews control the media and the government and the country and all that, and that we need to make sure that we elect powerful people that don't get manipulated by the Jews, right? Like, he'll say shit like that. He is not advocating for the killing of Jews. Hassan Piker directly supports the killing of Jews. This is like a whole ass other level, all right? This isn't conspiracy. He is literally calling for violent revolution against Jews. You know, and he says from the river to the sea and supports all these terrorist organizations. When you look at where anti-Semitic violence comes from in the country, it's not coming from the neo-Nazis. It's coming from the leftists and the Islamists that are brought into our country by the leftists. Honestly, it's because the left is just really fucking violent. Now, Hassan apparently reacted to that little segment, and he just crashes out because he's just completely right about him.
Jonah, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use, and then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub-Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media.
I don't even say that.
That's a lie. He actually did say that. He said that Miriam Adelson is a donor of Israel, and she bought the media, and she does it to control the media, and Israel controls the media. He has made that jump, so he's just lying.
The Jews didn't.
I don't even say that.
War with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff.
I love that these guys are literally doing the conflation, by the way. He tied Israel to Jews, and then now is just going off.
My guy, it's because you tie Israel to Jews, all right? The conflation. Like, no one conflates until this guy did it. All right, dude. Anyway, I just love watching CNN straight up disavowing Hassan Piker as a rabid terrorist supporter, Islamist. They don't say those words because obviously CNN is not all about the truth. But him and Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, I wonder what the connection there could be, are going to work together on trying to elect Islamists into our country as government. For some reason, our country does not have the balls to denaturalize and deport terrorist supporters, but they will. Maybe not this right-wing government, but we'll get one. Third world fatigue is ramping up.
The Pentagon is running out of stuff to bomb, according to Matt Whitaker, the ambassador to NATO. We are going to hear President Trump talk about that in the cross hall of the White House mansion. That is not a place that he normally comes to us from, and he's going to reassure the American people that Epic Fury can wind down in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Maybe he's going to have to send American troops in to round up some leftover uranium. Maybe he is not. But whatever they do, it should just take another 2 to 3 weeks. He is also going to talk about how he thinks the War Department has overperformed taking out Iran's missiles and their Navy and their proxy terror groups, and also all of these components to build nukes. We also expect to hear a lot of complaints from the Commander-in-Chief about NATO not pulling their weight. He's telling various people who call his cell phone that he wants to pull the United States out of NATO. He does need an act of Congress or 2/3 of the Senate to do that, but it is possible he will try to do it with an executive order at some point and just let it wind through the courts for a couple months.
Guess what day? We lost the jigs in the studio, but in 2 years we're going back, you know. Looking back, it makes you shiver. Distraction for the masses. All roads and towns are messes as we depart with more taxes. There's unlimited power for the powerless. Powerful technocratic aliens. It must be April's Fool's Day, because you'd have to be a fool to believe it. But guess what? Guess what? Everything will be okay. Guess what?
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, and America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in offers to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first. And perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. And he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in a far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash. Took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. And they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job, every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it. Protect it. Use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible, they are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation so powerful, so brilliant against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Guess what day? We lost the jigs in the studio, but in 2 years we're going back, you know. Looking back, it makes you shiver. Distraction for the masses. All roads and towns are messes as we depart with more. Yeah, taxes. There's unlimited power for the powerless. Powerful technocratic aliens. It must be April Fool's Day, because you'd have to be a fool to believe it. But guess what? Guess what? biggest ships in the sea, all owned by the oldest kings. And their dying legacy, media deal reads. Soon will the Benny Show come to mind. The salt from lives for fun. Be the gold and bring the gun. We sail for number one. Show come to mind. The salt from lives for fun. Leave the gold and bring the gun. We sail for number one. The biggest ships in the sea, all owned by the oldest king.
Signal acquired. Signal acquired. Grid locking in. Grid locking in. Deep core resonance. Pulse check. Pulse check. System failure imminent. Kinetic overload.
starting to call. Psychological fire, the wire is starting to fray. No one is listening to what I say. Rapid fire syllables, nothing is easy. The air is heavy and the spirit is dizzy. I don't think I can hold it together this time. Disappear here in the patterns of a jagged design, Why have you forsaken the soul when the communication is out of control? Yeah, out of control. Do you know the feeling of the visceral void? Everything you built is slowly destroyed. I don't think I can hold it together this time. Disappear here in the patterns of a jagged design, Why have you forsaken the soul when the communication is out of control? Yeah, out of control. Out of control. Out of control. Out of time. Out of time. It's over now.
Silicon heartbeat skipping the grid. Hypermodern secrets the copper once hid. 0 to 60 in a frame rate blur. Everything moving just like they were. Data stream flooding the visual field. Pressure cooked logic is starting to yield. Kinetic the rhythm, jagged the vein. Digital static is washing the brain. Crash the system, feel the surge. Human and the wire converge. Volatile light, kinetic flight. We are burning through the night. Static in the air, electric in the breath. Coding our lives in a digital death. Glitch in the matrix, a ghost in the code. Watching the bandwidth about to explode. Century acceleration, no break in sight. Trapped in the orbit of neon lit light. Synchronized sparks in a chaotic dance. Leaving our fate to a digital chance. Crash the system, feel the surge. Human and the wire converge. Volatile light, kinetic flight. We are burning through the night. We are burning through the night. Buffer, flow, signal, low, system, start.
isn't where you find the wire. It's just a trick of shadow on the fire. When the valley stops, the mountain starts to climb. With just the ripples on the glass of time now. There ain't no actor, just the motion of the hands that point the way. I'm the color of the rust, I'm the silence in the sky. A wave that doesn't wonder why it's high. We're the patterns on the water spinning slow. Everything you think you are is how the river's gonna flow. How the river's gonna flow. The hunter and the hunted share the eye. One can't live without the other side. You can't have the light without the dark. To keep awake and manage this trick of being deep. So don't go looking for the one who's seeing through. It's just the seeing, and it's always been just you. I'm the color of the rust, I'm the silence in the sky. A wave that doesn't wonder why it's high. We're the patterns on the water spinning slow. Everything you think you are is how the river's gonna flow. How the river's gonna flow. Just the water flow, just the water.
salt is a razor across the brow. The hull is screaming, the planks they bow. 10 fathoms of shadow under the keel. We're trading our lives for the spin of the wheel. No rest for the water, no rest for the hand. 1,000 leagues deep from the side of the land. Heave on the iron till the capstan sings. Break the great beast that the hurricane brings. Down in the brine where the cold light dies. We're spitting the storm back into the skies. All for the haul and the weight of the gale. Holding the ghost of the mainsail. The ballast is shifting, the lantern is out. We're bound by the silence, we're bound by the shout. The tide is a hammer, the rain is a whip. A kingdom of water around a wood ship. Every man's breath is a coal in the dark, feeding the engine, the hull and the bark. Heave on the iron till the capstan sings. Break the great beast that the hurricane brings. Down in the brine where the cold light dies. We're spitting the storm back into the skies. All for the haul and the weight of the gale. Holding the ghost of the mainsail. Let the sky go black. Heave it back. Heave it back. No retreat and no coming back. Heave it back. Let the depths go wide. Let the depths go wide. Let the depths go wide. To side. Heave on the iron till the capstan sings. Break the great beast that the hurricane brings. Down in the brine where the cold light dies. We're spitting the storm back into the skies. All for the haul and the weight of the gale. Holding the ghost of the mainsail. The gale is dead, but we're colder still.
Shadow lengthens across the floor. An old acquaintance at the heavy door. Not a ghost, but a hammer in the hand to strike the chord across the shifting sand. The air is heavy with the weight of breath. Breath. A rhythmic heartbeat in the house of death. 4 strikes of iron on the iron gates. The heavy thumbprint of a hidden fate. No hiding now behind the silken screen. The architecture of the great unseen. The struggle sharpens like a jagged blade. We are the debt that has not been repaid. A phantom army with a silent tread. Counting the seconds till the sky turns red. It isn't choice that brings the iron down, but the relentless turning of the crown. But the relentless turning of the crown. 4 strikes of iron on the iron gates. The heavy thumbprint of a hidden fate. No hiding now behind the silken screen. The architecture of the great unseen. Break the lock and smash the seal. Turning of the rusted wheel. It's not the dark we should be fearing.
is a hollow tooth, gnawing on the edges of a half-baked truth. I'm a ghost in the corridor, static hum, counting the cracks until the morning comes. Carbon copies in a paper parade, trading the sunlight for the city's shade. Got a pocket full of copper and a heart of lead, repeating the words that the radio said. So let the static drown the street tonight. We're burning bright in the shadow of the light. No one's home but the signal's strong. This is the rhythm where we all belong. This is the rhythm where we all belong. This is the rhythm where we all belong. Sidewalk mirrors and a yellowed sky. Nobody's looking but everybody's high. On the sugar-coated promise of a cleaner slate, while the wolves at the door learn how to wait. I saw you standing where the asphalt splits, trying to fix what the city omits. A flicker in the flicker of a flickering tube, solving the puzzle of a broken cube. So let the static drown the street tonight. We're burning bright in the shadow of the light. No one's home but the signal's strong. This is the rhythm where we all belong. This is the rhythm where we all belong. This is the rhythm where we all belong. It's a long way down and the elevator's stuck. We're betting on the rain to change our luck, but the clouds are just exhaust and the stars are out. Give me something to scream about. Give me something to scream about. So let the static drown the street tonight. We're burning bright in the shadow of the light. No one's home but the signal's strong. Turn it up, turn it up. Yeah, get gone. Turnstile bit my sleeve again. A velvet rope around a ghost. The neon buzz is thick as phlegm, and everyone is just a post to hang a debt on. Just another wet debt, hanging on the line of a broken stoplight in the 5 o'clock rush. It's a long drop from the high rise to the puddle in the parking lot. A slow burn for the wise guys, keeping tally of the things they bought. We're just gears in a watch that's spinning backward, yeah, spinning backward. The bodega cat is judging my choices, cold coffee and the flickering of those fluorescent voices in the back of my skull. It's skull. It's a long haul for a short man with a shovel in his hand, digging for a gold watch in a sandbox full of sand. It's a long drop from the high rise to the puddle in the parking lot. A slow burn for the wise guys, keeping tally of the things they bought. We're just gears in a watch that's spinning backward, yeah, spinning backward. The elevator is a coffin for the living, going up, going down, nobody's giving a single damn about the view. From the top of the pile, it's just a long walk down a very dark aisle, spinning backward. Yeah, we're spinning backward. Yeah, we're spinning backward, backward. The lawn is perfect, a green glass sea, under a sun that smiles at you and me. I polish the chrome on the rocket car, just to see how close to the moon we are. Don't mind the shadows on the picket fence, they're just the logic making no more sense. Oh darling, stay inside the glow, where the radio plays what we used to know. It's a swell kind of silence in a hollow heart, before the atoms decide to drift apart. Just a quiet life built of dust and dreams, safe and sound, or so it seems. The television flickers blue and white, a friendly eye in the middle of the night. There's a vintage kind of chill in the air today, and the neighbors move without a word to say. But we've got the safety of a heavy lead door, and the promise that we'll dance forevermore. Oh darling, stay inside the glow, where the radio plays what we used to know. It's a swell kind of silence in a hollow heart, before the atoms decide to drift apart. Just a quiet life built of dust and dreams, safe and sound, or so it seems. The horizon is painted a brand new hue, not quite the red and not quite the blue. Is it the future or just the end of the day? And look the other way. Oh darling, stay inside the glow, where the radio plays what we used to know. It's a swell kind of silence in a hollow heart, before the atoms decide to drift apart. Just a quiet life built of dust and dreams, safe and sound, or so it seems, so it seems. Just dust and dreams. Good night, darling. rise in celestial vectors. Primo thermal signatures rising. Deep space navigation systems online. Engaging simulated combat protocol. Approaching star speed, approaching the event horizon. Approaching visual lock on target. Approaching neon trails in the nebula. Approaching total system engagement. Approaching the infinite vector. Scanning debris field. Gravity compensation engaged. Adjusting flux capitator output. Shield integrity at 90%. Maintain the 0-point drift. Recalculate 0-point drift. Recalculating flight path through the swarm. Vector achieved. Target eliminated. Target eliminated. Returning to home base. Systems offline.
vice president made a lot of news sitting across from me a couple days ago saying, yeah, I mean, I totally agree that there's aliens. They might be demons. Well, what do you think about that?
Well, look, I did catch that, and I love that the vice president is so interested in the subject. I mean, like, space captivates everybody, right? I mean, you know, what kids don't look up at the night sky and wonder about the possibilities? I mean, that's why I think I have the greatest job. I'm very grateful to the president for giving it to me. So, again, I think that our job is to go out there and try and solve some of the mysteries that we've all been thinking about. I do think when you bring back samples from Mars, you've got a very high probability that there was microbial life there. I do think missions like Europa Clipper and Dragonfly will you know, have good chances to increase our knowledge, right? And then you've got missions like the Habitable Worlds Observatory. You know, it's not scheduled to launch for about a decade in the future, but that is going to, you know, take like James Webb and Hubble, you know, times 100. And I think, look, as we go out there, we will find other biosignatures. You know, it's just exciting, the possibilities, what we may learn.
Barack Obama goes, oh yeah, there's aliens. And then he's like, well, they're not being held at Area 51. You got to ask a follow-up there. But he never got asked a follow-up there. What is the follow-up question to that?
Yeah, I mean, I got to admit, as the leader of NASA, in that like 72-hour span of time where you had you know, President Obama say that, and then, you know, the next day President Trump was like, wait a second, that's classified, and then, you know, he put out the tweet and said, look, whatever we got, release. Yeah. I came into office the next day, and I was like, all right, guys. What do I need to know here? You know, and you know, I think it's interesting. I absolutely applaud the president in getting whatever data that we have out there. And I'll tell you, I've looked into a lot of this. You have everything from like, you know, weather balloons that get you know, that can get tethered to a ship and move around wildly in the wind, and you get the right camera angle on that. There's a lot of things that are explainable, and there's a lot of things just by virtue of all the cameras that we have out there. They're on like everybody's doorbell camera that you see some things at times, and like this is why we have a lot of smart scientists that are exploring it. I personally have not seen any evidence that intelligent life has visited us yet, you know, but I think it's certainly interesting and certainly part of our job to go out and answer the question, are we alone?
And you think that there's what did you say, 90
4:20 in the morning.
Sly, come in! Sly, do you read me?
Yeah, I read you. Loud and very loud.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Trying to break into police headquarters does that.
Get over it, Bentley. You're safe in the van. I'm the thief here. I've got to steal that file from Inspector Carmelita Fox.
Well, count on me to be your eyes and ears, buddy. Got their security system totally scoped.
Hey, Bentley, I think I'm seeing things. Must be vertigo or something. Can you see those crazy blue lights?
Really? I've read about this. Master raccoon thieves are able to sense thieving opportunities, which manifest themselves as unexplainable blue auras. According to my research, all you have to do is get near them and hold down the circle button, and you should perform a super sneaky master thief move.
Hold down the circle button near blue auras. I'm on it.
Quick, Sly! Smash the siren! Nice job, you're in. Inspector Carmelita Fox's office is behind the red door. Way to go, Sly! This is where Inspector Carmelita Fox stashes all her important files. I hacked into the police security mainframe and discovered this false combo. Try dialing in 9
foolish raccoon. I've caught you red-handed.
Ah, Carmelita. I haven't seen you since I gave you the slip in Bombay.
Which reminds me, you need to return the Firestone of India to its rightful owners.
And I was gonna give it to you as a little token of my... Hey, you know, that bazooka really brings out the color of your eyes. Very fetching.
You think? This pistol packs a paralyzing punch. You ought to try it. Might snap you out of your crime spree.
And give up our little rendezvous?
Plenty of time for that once you're safely behind bars.
Love to stick around and chat, but I just dropped by to pick up this case file. I think you've had it long enough. Once again, my gang and I had given Inspector Carmelita Fox the slip. I was surprised to see how well she took it. Finally, the secret police file I'd been searching for all these years. With this, I could avenge my family and regain possession of our most valued treasure. It all began when I was just a kid, bouncing on my father's knee. You see, I come from a long line of master thieves who kept all their secrets of sneaking and stealing in an ancient book. The Thievius Raccoonus. Anyone who read it learned to be especially sneaky, which is why we specialize in stealing from criminals.
Achille, you told me Maximo.
Silence! That's enough, Achille! You little fool! I control your kingdom now, as I control the power of the underworld. Behold my dark power.
Boom. What? Not afraid of death?
There are worse things than death.
True. Things like that. Huh? Do ya? Do you know what that is? Achilles' drill made that hole. He frees my spirits. He frees my spirits, and he raises my dead for his army.
What's in it for me?
So, I'll return you to the mortal world.
How can I trust you?
How can you not trust his face? Here, as proof of our contract, as long as you have this, I'll keep you alive. You must find the Sorceress's Council. They will help you.
Why are you helping me?
If there's no more dead, then I'm out of a job.